Just want the pictures come on all the way around, I'm sorry. When you see Ms. Jackson standing, you just remain steady for just a moment, just gonna wait again.
No.
Just a moment. All right, council, you may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Walker. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's Amanda Walker, AMANDAWALKER.
And where are you currently employed?
Clinton Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
17 years.
And what is your role at the police department?
I'm a custodian of the record.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a custodian of record?
I'm responsible for maintaining and securing the recordings of all 911, audio recordings and other interactions.
And how does the Clinton Police Department go about recording those 911 calls?
We use a vendor who provides a recording device to facilitate the recording and storage on a server.
Are the calls recorded at the same time as they come in?
Yes, in real time.
And how are those calls stored?
On a server, we have a cloud server and a local server.
Did you search for and locate the 911 call involved in this incident today?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, now I'm supposed to have item marked for identification.
You may.
I did. That person, Ms. John.
You may.
Ms. Walker, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the CD that the 911 call was downloaded to.
And is this the 911 call that you pulled?
Yes.
And was that call altered in any way when it was stored?
No.
And was it altered in any way when it was pulled?
No.
Your Honor, we offer Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe so marked 1 minute.
Permission to publish the jury, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Over there. 911. Hello. What's going on? You said William Evans came and shot in your house? Oh, man, calm down for me. Calm down for me, okay? I'm trying to see over there AMR. Hannah Drive, William Evans shot in our house and shot somebody. Ma'am? AMR, emergency, what's the emergency? AMR 216 county. Okay, so. Hello, ma'am. Get on the phone with me. Get on the phone and talk to me, ma'am. AMR? Hello? Okay, keep looking at it. It's 216 Hannah Drive. 216 Hannah Drive, you got somebody talking to us? Yes. Okay, I'll let you on the road. We in her. Yeah. Can you, okay, good. Ma'am? trying to get some information, we're trying to get it. Now, listen, you said please find out where's the person that's not. Bam, bam, bam.
Ms. Walker, what time did that call come into the Clinton Police Department?
About 5:12 p.m.
And what was the service address for that call?
216 Hannah Drive, Clinton.
And that's located in Clinton, Mississippi?
Yes, it is.
Brief and diligent, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any cross?
What's the vote? Yes, sir.
Morning, so how are you?
Well, how are you?
Good. How long have you been down dispatch?
Since 2007.
2007. Okay. And it's safe to say that you've taken over 1,000 911 calls, right?
Yes,
And is it safe to say that every call is different?
yes.
And what about the calls involving shootings and auto accidents? Do they seem different?
I mean, yeah, they can be a little bit more high or a little bit more frantic than others, but that's just depends on the person.
So a shooting call, when you wouldn't get the same response from a shooting call that you would from an auto accident, right?
Response in what way?
Meaning, typical how the response
From
is
the caller
from the
or?
correct.
That really depends on the person. That can vary a lot from person to person.
So let me ask you this then. Would it be safe to say that out of all the shooting calls you've taken, or calls involving shooting, is it normal that the 911 caller hangs up?
The 911 call,
That the caller hangs up?
that can happen many times. That's happened many times to me, yes.
That the caller hangs up, the person calling in hangs up?
Yes.
And this particular call in question was taken, you said about what time again?
5:12 p.m.
And can you tell me about how long it lasted?
I think it was about 2 minutes, give or take. I'm really not sure. I didn't look at the timestamp today.
Okay. No further question. Let me take the witness.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Next witness be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
State calls Wayne Derrick.
Wayne Derrick.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Derrick? Mr. Derrick, we can just remain standing for just a moment. She's gonna swear you in before you see this. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Testing.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Wayne Derrick. I live in Clinton, Mississippi.
Where do you live in Clinton?
Sorry.
Where do you live?
I live at 213 Hannah Drive in Clinton.
How long have you lived in Clinton?
We built that house there in 1967.
Okay. Did you go to Mississippi College also in Clinton?
I did.
Long time road.
It's been a while.
I want to take you back to May the 1st, 2022. Do you remember that day?
I don't know where I remember the date, but I remember the day.
You remember the incident that we're referring to?
Yes.
Do you remember what, if you remember, do you remember what day of the week it might have been?
Well, I think it was a Sunday.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to around 5:15 on Sunday. Do you remember that time and day?
I remember that I was, when I was first alerted to the event, I was in my computer room. I have a computer room that faces Hannah Drive. And I remember I was in there working on a project that I had started several days before.
All right, and is the computer room, do you have windows in the computer room?
It had one window that faces Hannah Drive, yes.
All right, and do you know where 216 Hannah Drive is?
I do. It's across the street from where I live.
You said you were working on a project on your computer that afternoon. What's the first thing you know as it relates to this case?
Well, I heard gunshots. I don't know exactly how many, but it's three or four or five shots that were rapid. And I opened, I guess, awakened myself, so to speak, as to what it was. And I went to ask my wife, did she hear gunshots? And she was watching TV or something, and she said she did not. But I went back in the computer room and I looked out the window and then went back and started working on what project again.
Okay, what happened next during this incident?
Well, I continued to work on my project, and it was several minutes later, or maybe longer than several minutes, but it was a while. And I heard traffic on our street, which was not uncommon, because we had the street that we had rocks on it, so you could hear someone coming. And Hannah Drive is a through street from Mount Salus Drive to Highway 80. So we have traffic on there, but I did hear a vehicle of some sort. I heard, and it sounded like it had pulled away from somewhere close by. So I turned my attention to the window again.
And what made you think to look out the window again when you heard a vehicle?
The sound of the vehicle
Okay.
on the rocks and on the pavement moving pretty. It was loud enough that I could hear it. I was pretty close to the street there. It's not, the house is not far back from the street.
And did you see any vehicle when you heard the voice and looked, or heard the noise and looked? Did you see any cars or trucks?
Well, I didn't at first because I heard the noise and I got up and moved. It wasn't just a short distance from where I was seated to the window. And I looked out the window, and by that time I did see some sort of vehicle. It looked to be a pickup truck of some sort, and I saw it at that time. It was already past the window, moving north on Hannah Drive.
Could you tell what kind of, what color it was?
I think it was black, yes.
All right. You said a pickup truck. Did you happen to see it long enough to know what kind of make and model it was?
No, I was not looking for that, and the truck was moving, not in a fast speed, but it was moving briskly up the street. So since I was looking straight out, the house got in the way as the truck moved on. And I was not able to, I couldn't identify what type of truck it was.
Could you see the wheels on the truck?
I could not.
Do you remember if you were able to see an occupant or occupants in the vehicle?
I did not.
And did you know at the time that those were gunshots that you heard, or did you find out later?
Well, I spent several years in the National Guard, and I had opportunities to fire pistols, 45, and I can pretty much identify sounds like that unless it's a small caliber. So I felt like it was a pistol shots, yes.
Did the police ever come to your street that?
Well, after I looked outside again to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything in the yard at that time. I went and visited with my wife, and we talked about it a few seconds, and I said, well, I'm gonna just kind of see what's on the other side of the street, so I went and peeked out through the window. And it was not too long after that, there was no noise or anything, no sirens or anything, but there were police cars at that particular location. And it was not long that I got a knock on the door, and I was asked would I give a statement as to what I saw and heard.
And you gave a statement,
Yes,
and now you're here today.
yes.
So I can have just a moment, sir. No more questions, Your Honor.
Any problems?
Just briefly, Morning, Mr. Evans.
Good morning.
So in your previous testimony, you stated, that you were in your computer room, correct?
Yes,
Seated at your computer.
yes.
Now, does that computer monitor that you're staring at, is that, say like this is it, is exemplary, is that window directly in front of it, or is it to the side? Or-
It was to the side. I was facing the computer, so it was to the side.
So like this way?
Yes.
Okay. So you, sitting at your computer monitor, you have no direct view of that street or that window, correct? You have to physically turn to look.
Oh, yes, but, you know, where my chair was, I could see somehow of it, but I had to turn to see fully, get a full view out of it, yes.
From that window, can you directly see, what house is directly across from you in that window view?
The house across the street is, I don't remember what number it is, I think it's like 214 possibly. That's directly across the street from my house, yes.
Okay. So you were sitting at this computer monitor and you testified that you heard gunshots.
Yes.
Okay. Can you state with certainty that those were gunshots? Could it have been a backfire maybe?
Well, backfire is a little bit different, and firecracker is a little bit different, so I was pretty sure that when I heard it, it was gunshots.
Okay. So you, from what I understand in your testimony, at that point you heard that, you then, asked your wife if she heard something?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a very loud noise then, or just a?
No, it was not a loud noise, it was somewhat muffled, it was a far pretty good ways away. I assume that that's what lessened the sound.
And, so then, I guess your wife said she didn't know,
Yes,
so you sat back down to your computer, and you're working on your project.
yes,
And then you stated that you heard vehicular traffic coming up and down the road, or coming down the road or up the road, with traffic on the road, correct?
yes.
Is there a lot of traffic on that road? I believe that you said it was a service road between.
It's a through street, so there's more traffic on that street than a lot of streets because people avoid going through other parts of town and they come up that street to get to a subdivision that's on the west side of where we live.
So is it your common practice when you hear traffic going up and down that street that you get up to observe it, or you just ignore it, you know?
Well, I think, I don't get up and here to listen to everything, but it is an unusual sound. If I hear, sometimes we'll have some fast traffic through there, and you can hear it coming. But normally I don't do it unless it has an unusual sound or something like that to cause me to rise up. And I may not get up and look at it. I may sit in my chair and just turn my chair around and listen.
So, you testified that this time you did get up to observe. Was it making an unusual sound?
Well, the rocks that flow down the hill from the water flow are kind of bed right in front of my house and then across the street from the neighbor's house. When someone has fast acceleration, you can hear the sound that it makes.
So, in this date in question, you testified that you heard what you may have been gunshots.
Yes.
And then a little bit later, you hear vehicular traffic on the road, correct?
Yes.
And so you got up to take a look, correct?
I think what I did was I turned my chair around because it's a swivel chair. I just turned my chair around and I looked out again at the window. And that's when I heard the sound. When I heard the sound, I turned my chair around, and by that time, the vehicle was already moving up the street.
And you testified at that point, though, you saw just a black truck,
Yes.
and you could not identify what type it was?
No, I couldn't identify it by any markings because well, they were too small to see if there's some on there, and the truck was moving on up the street.
And again, you did not see any occupants?
I did not because of the back of the truck hood, the cab was already going by.
And just the last question I have for you, sir, is how was this truck traveling? Was it traveling, because I understand on street numbers, they go from, in a particular sequence, from low to high or high to low. Was it traveling from high numbers to the low numbers or the low numbers to the high?
It was going north, so it was going from the high numbers to the lower numbers.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
So, Mr. Derrick, did you find it unusual when you heard these gunshots in your residential neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
Could that maybe have been the reason why you were interested in what vehicle was passing next?
Well, I think I'm probably maybe more so than just a lot of people. I'm very sensitive to what goes on in my neighborhood because I feel like, it needs to be safe, and I'm part of the safety procedure. And I listen very closely to anything that happens, yelling, firecrackers, New Year's Eve is a night at my house across the. You're not supposed to shoot them, but they shoot them anyway, and of course, I'm very, very, very cautious of those things too.
Thank you for coming. Your Honor, no more questions. Mr. Derrick.
Ms. Williams, be excused.
Yes.
State and call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Shadow Robinson. Your Honor, may we approach?
May.
I apologize, we're ready to go, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson, please remain standing. Ms. Jackson, will swear you in. Ms. Robinson, you good? Do you swear affirm testimony you got to give you the truth so that you got? Okay, that's it. You want to make sure you
Test.
If you would, please state your name for the record.
Shadow Robinson,
Ms. Robinson, where do you live?
216 Hannah Drive in Clinton, Mississippi.
And on May 1st, 2022, did you live at that same address?
I did.
Okay, I want to take you back to that day. On that Sunday afternoon, who was there at your home?
Myself, Robert Davis, my minor twins, and my adult son,
Okay, and what was Mr. Davis doing that afternoon?
cooking.
Okay, and was Mr. Davis a friend of yours?
He was.
And how did Mr. Davis arrive at your house? Did he drive to your house?
Yeah, he drove his vehicle to my house, correct.
And what kind of vehicle did he have?
A white, small size pickup truck.
Okay, and was there anything on the side of that truck?
Yeah, his, business magnet, the logo and name of his name, and the name of the business and his phone number.
Okay, so the business name and his phone number,
Correct,
and that's parked in your driveway?
correct.
Okay. Now, that afternoon, had you invited anyone else over?
No,
Did someone come over?
yes,
Who?
William Edwards.
Okay. How did you first see that he was coming over?
I saw him coming up the driveway from in my bedroom, I was in my bedroom. And I could see in my bedroom, I have, my house is on a California style. So all of the rooms in my house have patio doors. So in my bedroom, it's double size, so it's 300 feet of window, patio doors, so I can see everything outside.
Okay. And tell me what you saw.
I saw William Edwards pulling up in his pickup truck,
What color truck was it?
black, two-tone.
So a black truck pulled up. Was this a truck that you'd seen him before in the past?
That's his work truck, that's one he was driving.
Okay. So you'd seen him multiple times in that truck.
Correct.
Now, did you know Mr. William Edwards before that day?
I did.
How did you know him?
We had dealings.
Okay. Were you also in a romantic relationship with him?
Correct.
Did you end that relationship?
I did.
Did he want that relationship in?
He did not.
Did you invite him over there that afternoon?
I did not.
When you saw that that was his truck pulling into your driveway with him in it, what did you do next?
I got up and I said something to Robert. I just went in the kitchen where he was and told him that I couldn't believe, I told him, you won't believe who's pulling up in my yard.
And what happened then?
He stopped cooking, he just stood there and he was like, who? And I was like, Polo. And he said, well, I handle it, let me handle it. And I told him, I will. Don't handle it, I will.
Okay. Where did you go then?
I wasn't going to the door, I went back to my bedroom.
Okay. All right. And as you went into your bedroom, what did you hear or see next?
I heard just rapid firing, continual firing, just
Firing with what?
a gun. I heard gunshots.
In your bedroom.
Correct.
And where did you hear this firing? Where was it located in your house?
It was coming out, yeah, of course. I looked back and I saw the sparks coming out the hallway, the back hallway,
Okay. Which led to where?
the driveway.
Led to a door to the driveway?
Go to the correct.
And is that where you saw Mr. Edwards pull up in the truck?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do after you heard this rapid fire gunshots?
I didn't see Robert anymore, so I took off running back that way toward it.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw Robert laying on the floor. His foot was holding the door open, kind of sort of. He was laying flat on the floor, and William was standing over him with a gun.
Okay. Could you see what was going on with Robert while he was laying down?
Yes,
Why was he laying down?
he was dying. He was shot. He was bleeding. Yeah, he was very bloody.
And who was standing over him?
William Edwards,
What was he holding?
a gun.
Did you hear Mr. Edwards say anything after that?
I did.
What did you hear?
He said, motherfucker now.
What did he do after that?
He put the gun in his waist. He didn't run. He was just calm. And he turned, he took a step back, he took a step forward, and he just turned around like, and walked away. I jumped over Robert and slammed the door at that time and locked it. Because I didn't know what he was, I didn't know if he was gonna shoot anymore, or did he have any more bullets, or did he have another gun, or was he gonna reload? I didn't know.
Where did he go after you shut the door?
He got in this truck,
What did he do?
started slowly backing out the yard.
What did you do then?
I called 911. I was trying to talk to Robert to see, was he okay? Where was he shot? How bad of his situation was, what was happening?
Now, Ms. Robinson, were you aware of any physical or any kind of altercations that may have occurred between William Edwards and Robert Davis prior to this incident?
No.
Did those two, were you aware if those two even knew who each other was?
Yeah, they knew who each other was.
Okay. Were they in the same line of work?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay. Had they been at some of the same similar job sites together?
They had, yeah.
Now, you stated to us before that it was William Edwards that you saw standing over Robert Davis with a gun. Is Mr. William Edwards in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you point him out for us?
He is sitting there.
And what is he wearing?
Glasses, black tie, blue shirt, black suit coat.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, William Edwards.
Record being so reflect.
Ms. Robinson, is there any doubt in your mind what happened that day?
Not at all.
Did you ever see another gun on or carried by Mr. Robert Davis?
No.
Did you see any other weapons or guns in the hallway at that time?
No, other than the one that he was holding.
Did you hear anyone else shoot that
No,
day?
no,
Did you see anyone else in the truck with William Edwards?
no,
Did you see anyone else walking beside him or run off outside?
no,
Did you hear any fights or skirmish or yelling or screaming at the front door?
no,
Was Robert Davis your friend?
of course, yes.
Ms. Robinson, are you 100% sure that Mr. William Edwards was at your house on May 1st, 2022?
I'm 1,000% sure that he was there.
Are you sure that he was holding a gun that day?
He was holding a gun that day.
Are you sure that he shot your friend Robert Davis?
He did shoot him. That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now, 10:15. Let me let you all take a brief recess before we start the cross-examination. We'll be recessed for about until 10:30.
All rise.
Jury's out of the courtroom.
We'll be recessed until 10:30.
All right, please.
Hey, how you doing? All right. If not today, tomorrow.
You better get it real quick.
Hold on, Miss Jackson. Hey, love. Wait. Come on. That phone not on.
So how are we doing this?
I just knew I looked good. I know. Yours in the courtroom. Thank you. All right, you all may be seated.
May I proceed?
You may.
I'm sorry that you're having to be put back through this again today, but I'll keep my questions as brief and as much as I can. Sure.
So make sure that she picked you up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Better? Okay. So, Ms. Robinson, in your previous testimony, you stated that you were in the bedroom of your house, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that each room has, I guess, patio doors that open to the outside, so you have a fairly wide view of your front yard, correct?
Not correct, not
Okay.
the front yard, the driveway.
The drive. Okay. And you stated that you, I guess, heard a noise and saw a vehicle pulling up into your driveway, correct?
I didn't hear no, I saw a vehicle.
Okay. Right. Sorry, you saw a vehicle drive up. And you testified that it was a black pickup truck,
Correct,
and you said it was two-tone.
yeah, the bottom.
What was covered on the bottom?
The vehicle that he drives, it has, like the bumpers, it's not all black, it has the other color.
What other color does it have?
I don't know, maybe grayish, tan, something like that.
So gray or tan, but that would be like a bottom stripe on
Like
the
around,
bottom?
no, kind of around the, you know how some vehicles have a package. It has the different bumpers, not the exact color all the way around.
So the bumpers weren't like chrome or anything, they were different colors, is that?
I'm not sure, it just went all black.
Okay, but it wasn't all black. And so in your testimony, you stated that Mr. Davis was in your kitchen cooking, okay, he was cooking dinner?
Yes,
And you yourself were in your bedroom.
correct.
Can you see the kitchen from your bedroom?
The kitchen is right at my bedroom. I created that bedroom in the middle of the house.
Okay. So when you saw the truck, did you go into the kitchen or did you just like stick your head out of your bedroom?
No, I walked in the kitchen.
And you told Mr. Davis, and I'm sort of paraphrasing, can you believe who just pulled up?
Well, I just shared with him that my disbelief that he would come to my house.
And you know that this was Mr. Edwards that came to your house
Correct,
by that truck.
correct. I saw him in the truck, yes, correct.
And so Mr. Davis stated to you, I'll handle it, correct?
Yeah, I kind of saw it.
And at that point, what'd you do? You went back to your bedroom?
Well, I told him that, let me.
Okay, so did you go to the door then, or did you go to your bedroom?
No, I was my bedroom.
Okay. Now, you didn't observe anything else once you went to your bedroom, correct?
No, that's incorrect, I did.
Okay, what did you observe?
Well, when I went to my bedroom, I thought about it. And I looked back, I just saw the robbery in my pantry.
Okay. So he was in your pantry, not down the hallway.
Correct, because if he was down the hallway, I wouldn't have had visual of him.
Okay. But wasn't he going to go to the front door to see what Mr. Edwards wanted?
Correction, that would be the back door.
Oh, the back.
So no, I didn't send him to the back door. I didn't want him to go to the back door.
Okay. So, you are in your bedroom, or around about your bedroom, and then you testified that you heard what you assumed to be gunshots, correct?
I heard what I knew to be gunshots, correct, and I saw sparks on the hallway.
Okay, let's stop right there. So, your bedroom, you can see the kitchen from your bedroom door.
The kitchen is my bedroom door.
Okay, so your bedroom actually butts to the kitchen
It is
itself. How does the hallway attach to the kitchen?
That particular hall, I have two hallways. My house is in a Z. My bedroom is in the middle of the hall, in the middle of the house. I created that when I got custody of the children to create room. So I closed the back of the house out and I created a hallway and a master bedroom and pantry and office and laundry room back there for the other children.
Okay.
So there's a long hallway over there on that side of the house as well as the other side.
And this long hallway is where this incident took place.
Correct.
Okay. How long is this hallway?
Oh, I don't know, I've never measured it. It's pretty long. It's long.
Can you give us an estimate? 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet?
Maybe 10 feet, maybe a little more.
Okay. Would it be safe to say, just for working figures, say 15 feet?
I mean, it's safe to say 12, yeah. That's fine.
So, just so we understand, so we have this long hallway, front door is here,
Back door.
or back door is here. And the kitchen, it opens into the kitchen? I mean, that's where the hallway terminates to?
You just should have had a diagram. Yeah. But no, this is the hallway where the shooting took place.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a hallway here. That hallway runs directly to my bedroom. So me looking from my bedroom, I can see the top of that hallway. There's a pantry where she sits.
Okay. So, you said you saw sparks.
Correct.
But physically saw sparks?
I don't think you can physically see. I mean, what do you mean? I
Well, that's
visually saw sparks.
Pardon me, go ahead.
I visually saw sparks.
Okay. So, you saw the sparks, heard these gunshots.
Mhm.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I was not counting. I was in shock. I'm not sure. A lot.
6, maybe 10?
However many shots, a lot. I heard a lot.
Can we come up with a number?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, argumentative.
But a lot, let's just say a lot. Okay, and so you heard these gunshots, you saw this spark, and you ran toward to that end of the hallway.
Correct.
And when you turn the hallway, I take it when you turn the hallway, you look down the hallway and you see the door to your house. Right? Correct?
What are you asking me?
Okay, just what you would observe. So you run toward this intersection where the hallway where the shooting took place in your bedroom. So you run toward it, and then you turn a corner, and you would see the door where Mr. Davis fell, right?
Correct.
Okay.
There's nothing much over there to see. I mean, that's the hallway.
Well, right, I understand that. But, so this is about a 12-foot hallway, and at the end of it, you're here, and at the end of it is where Mr. Davis and allegedly Mr. Edwards are at.
That's where they were. Correct.
So but you physically saw sparks at the end of the 12-foot hallway?
I did.
And so when you turn, you see what you testified was Mr. Davis was on the ground, face down or face up?
Kind of face down, but his head was turned toward the room. bedroom.
And Mr. Edwards was standing over him.
Correct.
Now, you never physically saw him shoot, correct?
No.
And you said then, he said, forgive me, motherfucker, now, and then took this gun and stuck it into the waistband of his pants.
Correct.
Have you ever fired a gun?
I have.
Have you ever felt of a gun after it's been discharged?
I mean, have I ever felt the gun after it's been?
Yes, ma'am, the barrel of a gun after it's been shot.
No.
And this gun, so you heard these large number of gunshots, and then he tucks the waistband into the front of his pants, about where, I hate to be blunt, about where his penis would be, correct?
I don't think his penis is that big to be up that high.
All right. Please refrain.
Okay. Was Mr. Davis your romantic friend?
He was not.
But he was your good friend, correct?
Very much.
Of course it does. So, the last question I got for you, Ms. Robinson, is just again, that is trying to understand the dimensions of this, that when you can see the end of the hallway from your bedroom, and you physically saw a spark shower in that hallway, but the incident took place at the end of a 12-foot hallway. Do you have any idea what would cause those sparks?
Of course I do. I live there. I know what caused it.
What caused
This, whatever he was shooting, it's a door on this side of the hallway, and there's a door on this end of the hallway. So whatever was hidden. I kept that door. The bottom of that door is damaged with demons from, I don't know, bullets or buckshot. So yeah, I guess that's where the sparks was coming from. Yeah.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness, but I'd ask for her to remain under subpoena.
All right, so Ms. Robinson, you are still on the subpoena. You can access the court. You have nothing to speak, you have to be ready. Sorry. You have to be ready. This stuff is.
Your Honor, just a few questions. Ms. Robinson, there was a question earlier about the vehicle. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Robinson, if you would, I'm handing you two pictures. If you would take a look at those. Those two pictures, what's represented in those pictures, have you seen that before?
This vehicle,
Yes. Have you ever seen that vehicle before?
I have.
And is that the vehicle that you were referring to earlier that pulled up into your driveway?
It is.
And is that the vehicle that was driven by the defendant?
It is.
Your Honor, and has that vehicle, is that an accurate representation of what you saw him driving?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to have those two photos submitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is so markedly admitted. 2 and 3. 2 and 3.
Ms. Robinson, I'm placing on the overhead what's been marked as Exhibit 2. And I want you to tell the jury what this is that we're looking at.
That's William Edwards' vehicle that he was driving.
Okay? And if I point your attention down here to the lower bottom side, this shiny other color, what color is that? Did you see it? I'm sorry. Right here. What color is this on the lower portion of that truck?
It's gray.
Okay. And is that a different color than the whole rest of the truck?
It is
And the rest of the truck is what color?
black.
Okay.
That's the vehicle.
And I'm placing on Mark States Exhibit 3. And can you tell us what that is?
That's the truck.
Is this just a different angle of the truck?
Correct.
This is the back end?
Correct.
And on the bottom left side of that vehicle, what is that we're looking at?
This color, the other color is gray.
Okay. And is that a running board to get into the vehicle?
Apparently.
Okay. And it's different color than the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. So earlier, when they asked you about it being a two-tone vehicle, is this the vehicle that you were referring
It
to?
is the vehicle.
Is that running board the other color that you were referring to?
Correct. In the back bumper. Correct.
Okay. So there's no confusion as to which vehicle you saw pull up that day, is there?
No, not at all.
You've seen this vehicle in the past?
Several times in the day.
Ms. Robinson, the defense and cross-examination asked you about physically seeing him discharge the gun. Did you see him discharge the gun?
No.
That's because you were where?
On the other, well, I was coming out my bedroom. By the time I made it to the top of the hallway, the firing had stopped, but I saw him standing.
Did you see anyone else in the pickup truck that arrived at your house?
No one was in that truck except him.
Did you see anyone else in that hallway besides Mr. Davis on the floor and
he's
Mr. Edwards
standing
standing?
There's nobody.
Did you see anyone else outside on the front stoop or porch or driveway of your house?
Nowhere.
Did you see anyone else behind Mr. Davis?
He parked behind Mr. Davis.
No, I'm sorry. In the hallway, when you came out there, was there another individual shooting in your house down the hallway?
No,
Were there any other guns found at your house in relation to this shooting right there in the hallway?
No.
Was Mr. Davis ever armed to your knowledge?
no.
Who was the only person with a gun after the shooting that you heard?
William Edwards.
And what did you hear him say as he stood over the body of Robert Davis?
Motherfucker, man.
And what did he do after he did that?
Put that gun in his waist and walked away.
And did what?
Slowly. We didn't pay. He got his truck and bagged up slowly.
That truck that we just saw in the
The
overhead.
one you just saw.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So, that's it. Okay, so the next witness ready. Say every next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor. State Clause Robert Watts.
Robert Watts.
ready.
Okay. All right, Council, just say the test one.
Test, test.
All right. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Robert Weiss,
And how are you employed?
Capitol Police Department,
In what capacity?
Lieutenant of the Crime Scene,
How are you employed back in May 2022?
Crime Scene Investigator, Clinton Police Department.
Investigator Weiss, are you a certified police officer in the state of Mississippi?
I am,
How long have you been a police officer?
since 2006.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was dispatched by Clinton Dispatch on May 1st, 2022, at approximately 16 hours.
And where were you dispatched?
216 Hannah Drive.
And I believe that's the resident of Shadow Robinson.
Yes, sir.
And is that here in the first judicial district of Hines County, Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Did you take pictures of the crime scene?
I did.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Watts, I'm going to hand you I'm handing you 11 photographs. I want you to look through those. Did you take these photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the items you photographed that day and night?
Yes, sir.
You know, we offer these 11 photos in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe so marked and admitted. Fourth through 14. 4 through 14. All right, Council, we proceed.
Permission to publish to the jury.
May proceed.
Investigator Watts, I'm showing you Exhibit 4 in evidence. Could you tell us about this photo?
That is a mailbox in the driveway to 216 Hannah Drive.
I'm showing you exhibit 5 in evidence, and what is this picture of?
That is the front sidewalk in the front side of 216 Hannah Drive.
I'm showing you exhibit 6. What is this a picture of?
That's the driveway to 216 Hannah Drive, just south of the home.
And what's the reason you take these outside pictures?
To give a general overview of the scene.
And just quickly, did you take more than 11 photos out at Hannah Drive?
I did
Okay. Did you say hundreds of photos?
hundreds.
And we're just picking 11 photos.
Correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 7. What is this a picture of?
That is the driveway, and then the south door, and then marker number 1.
Okay, now what does, and when you say the south door, is that where the officers are standing?
Correct.
What is marker number 1?
Marker number 1 is 1 Smith shell casing marked NOVX 9mm Luger.
Okay, go ahead and point at that.
So, this is marker number 1, and here is the south door.
And 1 is the NOVX 9mm Luger shell casing?
Correct. NOVX 9mm Luger shell casing.
What is a shell casing?
A shell casing is the casing that is ejected from a weapon when it is fired.
So you've got the projectile that goes forward in the casing.
You have the projectile that exits the barrel, and then the casing that is usually ejected up into the right.
And when you say NOVX 9mm Luger was on the casing, what does that mean?
So NOVX 9mm Luger is the stamp that is located at the base of the casing. It is the make or model of the casing, and then of course the size of 9mm.
And I'm guessing NOVX is like the brand of
Correct, the brand.
manufacturer. I'm showing you exhibit 8 in evidence. What is this?
This is the victim, Bobby Davis. This is the south door, which you saw in the previous picture, and this is marker number 2, which is outside the south door. Marker number 2 is 1 shell casing marked NOVX 9mm Luger. And right out here is the driveway, whereas right over in this area here is going to be where marker number 1 was located.
Investigator Watts, did you get there before emergency medical responders were there?
I believe I showed up at the exact same time, or maybe right before they showed up.
Okay. What are those little pads on Mr. Davis's body?
Those pads are called leads, and they are what the paramedics place on the victim to determine life or death.
Now, do you know whether or not he was face down or face up?
I do not know.
But it seems like they were working on him there.
Correct. If you see here, those are his clothes that he had on, and they had been cut off by paramedics to save his life, or in an attempt to save his life.
I'm showing you exhibit 9 in evidence. What is this a photo of?
That is the face of Bobby Davis.
I am showing you exhibit 10 in evidence. What is this?
That is a photograph of the laundry room. This is a freezer or deep freeze, and this is the washer or dryer. And this is marker number 3, which is 1 spent shell casing marked PPU 9mm Luger. Also, there is a
a blood stain here on the back, right here, blood stain.
So that's a PPU brand shell casing?
Correct, PPU 9mm Luger.
I'm showing you exhibit 11 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
I am standing in the south doorway, facing north. This is the victim laying face up. Number 4 is one spent shell casing marked PPU 9mm Luger. Number 5 is one projectile, which is the item that exits the barrel of the weapon when it's fired. And number 6 is one spent shell casing marked PPU 9mm Luger.
Were you able to determine the, what brand the projectile was?
I was not known.
That, you said this is the laundry room to the right of the
The
picture?
laundry room is to the right, and a bedroom with pink bedding or children's bedding is to the left. Looks like a little girl's bedroom.
Investigator Watts, I'm showing you exhibit 12 in evidence. What is this?
Number 7, this was in the laundry room. This is behind the deep freeze. This is the deep freeze here. This is, I believe, the washer. And number 7 is a spent shell casing marked NOVX 9mm Luger.
Showing you exhibit 13 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
That is a blood stain, which I believe is from the victim, on the flooring in the hallway next to the carpeted rug.
And lastly, I'm showing you exhibit 14 in evidence. What is this?
That is a Mississippi driver's license of Bobby Davis, which was located in his rear left blue jean pocket inside of his wallet.
So it appears from looking at the photos, you had 2 different types of casings.
Yes.
Those were, what brand were they?
The brand was NOVX 9mm Luger and PPU 9mm Luger.
Now, these shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
I did.
Now, I noticed one shell casing was down the hall.
Yes.
Is that unusual in a crime scene?
It is not unusual. A lot of times, the shell cases are very light. They bounce. When emergency personnel, as in paramedics and firefighters, are out on scene, it's very common for them to kick the shell casing because they're there to save someone's life. And that's what we're going to do.
Is it sometimes on a crime scene that you don't even get all the shell casing?
It is very possible, yes. Shell casings, if you notice, I have boots on. People walk and they step on them. Paramedics and firefighters, they get lodged into people's boots. They get kicked around. They get driven over by vehicles before we arrive on scene. They get lodged in the tires. it is very common for us not to recover every shell casing.
And just briefly, exhibit 6 in evidence. What is this right here?
That is a 1997 Ford F-150, white in color. It belonged to the victim, Bobby Davis.
That white truck.
Correct.
And you said you did collect shell casings, correct?
Correct. I collected 6 shell casings. 3 of the casings were marked NOVX 9mm Luger, and 3 of the casings were marked PPU 9mm Luger.
Yeah, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Watts, I'm handing you a package with 6 small packages in it. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you ever recognize it?
By the evidence tag on the front.
Did you fill out that evidence tag?
I did, and has my initials on it.
And are these in fact shell casings that you recovered that day?
They are.
Your Honor, we offer these 6 shell casings with evidence.
Any objection?
No,
There may be some marked and bid.
Number 15.
There are, just one.
Your Honor, may I approach you, ma'am?
You may.
Investigator Watts, I am handing you one item. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
How do you ever recognize
By the evidence tag and my initials on it.
it? And was that collected that day at 2:16 p.m.?
Correct, it was.
And what is,
It's one projectile.
Your Honor, we offer this projectile with evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
There be some marked and bid.
Number 16.
Investigator Watts, I'm going to show you several projectiles. Shell casings. What are we looking at here?
That is a vanilla envelope, which I placed the shell casing in with my marker number 1 on it.
All right, and we'll open this up if we're able to get a close-up of it. Investigator Watts, can you read off what brand of shell casing this is?
NOVX 9mm Luger.
All right. We'll show you the second shell casing. Investigator Watts, are you able to read the brand on this?
NOVX 9mm Luger.
All right. And we'll look at the third shell casing. Can you read that if you're able?
PPU 9mm Luger.
All right, we'll look at the fourth, and while he's getting that ready, I know you testified earlier that there were two different brands. You got a PPU brand and an NOVX brand. Can a 9mm handgun fire bullets of different brands?
Yes, they can fire bullets of different brands as long as they are the same size.
So, as long as they're 9mm, you could have NOVX and PPU bullets in your gun, correct?
Correct.
All right, we'll look at the fourth one. Are you able to determine what?
Yes, it's marked PPU 9mm Luger.
And we'll show you the next casing. Are you able to read off this, Investigator Watt?
PPU 9mm Luger.
All right, Investigator, can you read that?
NOVX 9mm Luger.
So those are the casings. We'll take a look at this projectile that you recovered. I'm showing you Exhibit 16 in evidence. What are we looking at?
And that is a vanilla envelope holding one projectile and a piece of plastic with a evidence tag mark with my initials.
And is that what you collected?
It is.
Did you have any involvement anywhere else relating to this case?
I did.
Did you have the occasion to go out to 300 West South Street?
I did. Apartment 9.
Okay, what was your reason for going out to this apartment in Jackson?
I received a search warrant from investigator Greg Jones, at which time I entered the apartment and conducted a search and photographed the apartment as is, and then recovered several items within the apartment.
And is that the residence of William Edwards?
Yes.
Ms. Gator Watts, I'm handing you 13 photographs, if you could look at them. Do you recognize these?
I do.
How are you able to recognize?
I took the photographs.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that you took of that department?
They are.
You know, we offer these 13 photographs of evidence.
Any objection?
Brief it down. There you are.
Maybe someone can admit it.
Seventeen through 29.
29.
29.
Let's go to Watts. I'm showing you exhibit 17 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
This is the entrance or the front gate to 300 South Drive in Jackson.
Showing you exhibit 18 in evidence. What is this?
This is the parking lot of 300 South Drive. This here is a trailer that was believed to belong to Mr. Edwards. And here is a pedestrian gate which was locked.
Showing you exhibit 19 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
Here's the front entrance that was previously shown in a previous photo. There is another entrance or a tunnel through the building that has a gate here. And that's the parking lot, the rear parking lot of 300 South Drive.
Is this the other entrance you're speaking of?
Correct. This is a gate that goes, it's a tunnel through the building that exits onto South Drive.
Exhibit 20 in evidence.
Again, that is the second entrance into the parking lot of 300 South Drive, which is a tunnel through underneath the building or through the building.
Exhibit 21 in evidence.
This is the parking lot of 300 South Drive. This is the upstairs door to the hallway, which leads to apartment 9.
Exhibit 22 in evidence.
This is a trailer that was believed to belong to Mr. Edwards.
Exhibit 23,
That is a user manual for a 9mm handgun. The user manual is sitting on a gun case, which is the case that the weapon comes in when it's purchased.
you want that photo back? Sure.
That item was recovered on the table in the dining room of apartment 9.
Very good. Exhibit 24,
Inside that gun case was a magazine, a black magazine. These 4 live rounds were inside that magazine, inside that case, located on the table of the dining room. 2 of those magazines, two of those live rounds inside that magazine were PPU 9mm Luger, and 2 of the live rounds were Win 9mm Luger.
showing exhibit 25 in evidence.
That is the gun case, which was located on the dining room table in the dining room, which the magazine with the 4 live rounds was located inside of.
And I may have asked you this earlier. The crime happened on May 1st. When did y'all get the search warrant to search this residence?
May 3rd.
Exhibit 26 in evidence. What is it?
This is the magazine that was located inside the gun box, which the 4 live rounds was inside this magazine. And the live rounds were, 2 of them were PPU 9mm Luger and 2 were Win 9mm Luger.
And 27.
That is the end of, or the side of the gun case.
Exhibit 28.
That is a gun holster that was located on the dining room table of the dining room in apartment 9.
Did you get the gun?
I did not.
Exhibit 29 in evidence.
Is a black thumb drive or a memory stick that was located on the floor under the dresser in the southwest corner of the 2nd floor southeast bedroom. So it was a thumb drive to, I believe, a Blink camera system that was located under the dresser in the bedroom.
Did you collect some of these items?
I collected all the items.
Gentlemen, may I approach the witness?
May.
Investigator Watts, again, the question is, did you take a lot more pictures than the?
I did. I took a lot more pictures than what has been presented.
You're just trying to summarize, right?
Correct.
No. May I approach the witness?
May.
Investigator Watts, I'm handing you an item. Can you identify this?
This is a weapon cleaning kit. I identify it by the evidence tag and my initials that are on the item.
Your Honor, we offer this weapon cleaning kit to everyone.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe so marked and admitted.
Number 30.
Investigator Watts, I may not have shown you a picture of that, but did you collect this out there?
I did. It was on the dining room table in apartment 9.
I did show you a picture.
You did not show me a picture of the cleaning kit.
Okay. I'm sure you took one now.
Yes.
All right, so what are we looking at?
It is it's a kit that you use to clean weapons.
Did you say this was on the,
It was on the dining room table in apartment 9.
now, I know we approached.
You may.
I'm handing you an item, Investigator Watts. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, this is one black holster or weapon holster.
And you retrieved that?
I did. It has my evidence tag on it with my initials.
Your Honor, we offer this to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe so marked and admitted.
Thirty-one.
31.
Investigator Watts, what is this?
That is a black weapon holster. It was recovered off the dining room table in apartment 9.
Is that what you recovered?
Yes, sir.
May I please witness? Investigator Watts, I'm handing you an item. Would you look at this and tell me if you are familiar with it?
This is one gun case with a magazine and 4 live rounds.
And you took this off the scene?
I did. It was recovered off the dining room table of apartment 9.
Your Honor, we offer this to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Maybe so marked and admitted.
Investigator Watts, I'm handing you Exhibit 32 in the evidence. Just open that up for the jury.
This is a weapon case, a case when you purchase a weapon. This is the case that the weapon comes in. Inside the case was one magazine and 4 live rounds. 2 of the live rounds were PP or marked or stamped PPU 9mm Luger, and 2 of the rounds were stamped Win 9mm Luger. And these are the rounds that were inside the magazine inside of this case.
May we approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Watts, I'm hearing you tonight. Do you recognize this?
I do,
How do you ever recognize that?
by the evidence tag and my initials.
What is it?
It is one thumb drive or memory stick that I recovered out of the Blink camera system, which was located in the bedroom upstairs.
Does that correspond to what we saw in the photograph?
Yes, it does.
No, we are this thumb drive today.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Maybe some mark in there.
Thirty-three.
Investigator Watts, what's significant about those two PPU Luger 9mm rounds?
They were just,
Go ahead.
they were the same brand and size that I recovered on scene. So I recovered a PPU 9mm Luger on scene, and the live round was a PPU 9mm Luger, which I recovered on the dining room table.
Did you also recover PPU 9mm shell casings?
Correct, I recovered PPU 9mm shell casings at the scene, and then I recovered the live rounds in the apartment.
Investigator Watts, did you visit any other scenes in your capacity as a crime scene investigator?
I did. I traveled to, I'll refer to my report for the address, 2101 I-10 Service Road, which is the Louisiana State Patrol, to recover a 2019 black F-450.
And why did you go there?
It was driven by Mr. Edwards.
Did you search the truck there?
I did not. The vehicle was towed back to the Clinton Police Department, at which time the search warrant was gotten, and then the vehicle was searched.
Did you take pictures of the truck?
I did. I took pictures of the search. I took pictures of the vehicle prior to searching it.
Is this another one of the things, you took hundreds of pictures, but we've selected a few to show the jury?
That's correct.
Now, approach the witness. Investigator White, I'm handing you 11 photographs. If you can, thumb through them. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
How were you able to recognize them?
I took the photos.
Were they a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that you took and the objects contained therein?
They are.
Your Honor, we offer these 11 photographs into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe someone who did it.
Thirty-four through 45.
Investigator Watts, we'll do these just like the other pictures, just kind of go through them. Exhibit 34 in evidence.
That is a photograph of the front of the 2019 black Ford F-450. That is the bed of the truck, which shows construction items, tools, in the bed of the Ford F-450.
Investigator Watts, I'm showing you Exhibit 2 in evidence. Do you recognize this truck?
That is the front passenger quarter panel of the black Ford F-450, showing damage to the quarter panel.
And this is the same truck that you recovered in Louisiana with William Edwards inside?
Yes, it's the one that I went and recovered from Louisiana State Police.
And Exhibit 3,
That is the tail or the rear of the truck of the Ford F-150 displaying the tag.
Exhibit 36 in evidence.
That is showing front passenger seat of the truck. There are some items that I recovered. There's a cell phone on the floorboard and a floor mat.
And what is this bright yellow fluorescent?
That is a like a worker's vest or like a construction worker's vest. This bright vest here is on the back of the driver's seat. Okay, I'm sorry.
Showing you exhibit 37 in evidence, what are we looking at here?
That is the cell phone that, was just pictured in the front passenger floorboard.
Showing you exhibit 38, what are we looking at here?
That is a black, cell phone.
And what's behind that black cell phone?
It is a gold or rose gold, I do think they call it, iPhone or cell phone. So it's two cell phones in this photograph, one that I'm holding, and then there's one right here.
Now, is that a different phone than 37?
Yes. Well, yes,
So these three phones were in the truck.
correct.
How many phones total were in the truck? Was it three?
I believe it was 4 phones. There was 4 phones,
So there were 4 phones in the truck.
correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 39. I don't know if you can see this anymore. What is this?
That is a Sheraton, hotel receipt. And the dates are, check-in date or arrival date is May 2nd. Departure date is May 5th, 2022.
And you said you executed the search warrant on the truck when?
On May 4th.
And does it give the address of the Sheraton?
It does, it is in New Orleans. I can't see the exact address there, but it was located in New Orleans.
And did you get the actual receipt?
I did recover the actual receipt.
You're gonna remove it first.
May.
Investigator Watts, what am I giving you?
This is the receipt of the Sheraton Hotel. I recognize it by my evidence tag and my initials.
Your Honor, we are listening to
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Maybe someone can edit.
Forty-six.
46?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you read the address now?
I can. The Sheraton New Orleans, 500 Canal Street, New Orleans, Louisiana.
And who is the renter of that room?
William Edwards.
Showing you exhibit 40 in evidence. What is this picture of?
The center console of the black F-450.
In just a different shot, exhibit 41, what are we looking at here?
That is the front center console on the dash.
What's significant about this photo?
There is a correction. There is a live round located here, which is marked SIG 9mm Luger. Right.
And 42 in evidence.
This is the center console between the front and passenger seat. In the last picture, you saw a fork, like a fork with a napkin. Underneath that fork and napkin, right here is a live round marked NOPX 9mm Luger.
So exhibit 43 in evidence.
So this is going to be the SIG 9mm Luger that I recovered out of the front center console.
Exhibit 44,
That is a AT&T SIMS card, which was on the front passenger seat.
Exhibit 45.
That is the back of the AT&T SIMS card.
So understand there were 4 telephones and then a SIMS card in that truck.
Correct, 4 cell phones and 1 AT&T SIMS card.
Did you collect the SIM card?
I did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
May.
I'm handing you an item. Do you recognize this?
I do. This is the AT&T SIMS card. I recognize it by the evidence tag and my initials.
Your Honor, we offer this evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
May be so marked and admitted.
Forty-seven.
47.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm showing the cell phones recovered to defense counsel. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Investigator Watts, I'm handing you some items. You look through. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
By the evidence tag and my initials on each item.
And what are you holding?
4 cell phones.
Your Honor, we offer these 4 cell phones.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
May be so marked and admitted.
Forty-eight, 351.
51.
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Watts, showing you 48 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
1 silver iPhone, and it was recovered out of the front passenger seat of the black Ford F-450.
And 49.
Um,
You need to
Yep.
put that.
One white iPhone, which was located in the front passenger floorboard of the black Ford F-150.
And item 50.
1 red iPhone, which was located in the front passenger seat of the black Ford F-450.
Item 51.
1 black iPhone, which was located in the center console of the black Ford F-450.
Gentlemen, we approach the witness.
You may.
I'm handing you two different items. Did you look at those? Do you recognize those?
I do,
How would you have the
by the evidence taken in my initials.
And what are,
They are, each one is a live round I recovered.
Your Honor, we are.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Maybe some marketing minutes.
Fifty-two and 53.
So Investigator Watts, I'm just gonna put both of these items on the screen. Can you tell us about this?
Okay, one live round, is a NOVX or a stamped NOVX 9mm Luger was recovered out of the center console. And, one live round is marked SIG or SIG 9mm Luger, which was recovered out of the center dash console, the console on the dash.
So back to the shell casings recovered at the scene, Investigator Watts. I believe you said there were how many at the scene?
There were 6, shell casings at the scene.
And the brand of the shell casings?
3 of them were marked NOVX 9mm Luger, and 3 were marked PPU 9mm Luger.
Were there any bullets recovered or projectiles, as you like to say, that match PPU and NOVX that were found anywhere?
So there was a NOVX live round recovered out of the vehicle, which matches or is the same brand and size as the shell casings on scene. And there was 2 PPU 9mm Lugers, which was recovered out of the gun box in the magazine located in the apartment.
So as I understand it, in the defendant's truck and house, you had both brands of.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection? Relevance?
The fact that he's stating both brands of casings and.
Form of the question. The objection is for form of the question.
Thank you.
Sustain, rephrase.
What is significant about both the projectiles and the casings recovered at the crime scene?
At the home on Hannah Drive, I recovered 3 spent shell casings, which are the casings that ejected out of the weapon after they were fired. 3 of those were marked NOVX 9mm Luger. NOVX live round, 1 NOVX live round was also recovered out of the vehicle, the black Ford F-450. Also on scene, I recovered 3 PPU 9mm shell casings, which are the casings that were ejected out of the weapon after it was fired. In the defendant's home, apartment 9, in the gun box, in the magazine, I recovered 2 live rounds marked PPU 9mm Luger. So the same brand and size was recovered on scene as the live rounds in the apartment and in the vehicle.
No more questions, Judge.
Council, you approach for just a moment, get this administrative. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now noon, your lunch is available, we'll take a break until about 1:15. You excuse me.
All rise. Jury's out of courtroom.
Thank you, y'all may be seated. Court is looking like I advise the jury to start at 1:15. I'd like everybody to be back in the courtroom between, between 1 and 1:10, so we can start back properly with cross-examination. Lieutenant Watfield, are you looking to the other rules that you not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses? I'll see you back at the same time. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
Notice me expecting.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in here with WLBT Plus. My name is Kara Shirley, and I am your digital news desk host. Please forgive me because I am fighting laryngitis. I am usually here weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock. And the past week or two, I have been losing my voice and trying to get it back. But we're here now today. We're here doing, watching the coverage for the William Polo Edwards. This is the retrial. He was first tried. And of course, it resulted in a hung jury. And now we are doing the retrial today. See all of you here in our comment section on Facebook. And we do appreciate you being here. I'm sorry, not Facebook, on YouTube. On Facebook, we are streaming the Jimmy J. Lee murder trial for Tim Harrington Jr. That is being streamed on our Facebook page. And the William Polo Edwards trial is being streamed on our YouTube page. We do appreciate all of you tuning in here to watch the trial. And I see all of your comments. I would love some ribs. Ribs would be great, right? But no, lunch should be over with. Recess should be over with in just a few minutes. They're going to be getting back to court. Recess, or they said recess will be done at 1:15. Let's talk a little bit about what we have seen happen so far today in this trial. Let me get the notes pulled up. So the day one began with opening statements. Of course, the jury was selected yesterday, and today is opening statements. So first was the state, and then Polo's opening statement was given. Polo's key argument was that one of the state's witnesses, Shadow Robinson, he said that she was lying about seeing him at her home with the gun. So the first witness was Amanda Walker. Walker is the custodian of records with the Clinton Police Department. She is the one that took the 911 call or maintains the recordings of 911 calls, and they played that 911 call at the beginning of today. The second witness was Wayne Derrick. Excuse me. I said I'm trying to get over laryngitis. I apologize. So Wayne Derrick lives across the street from where the crime happened, and he testifies that he heard gunshots from his home and saw a black truck leaving the property across the street, but he did not see who was inside the let's get this up so I can see if they come back into court. But he said that he did not see who was inside of the black truck. The third witness that was called to stand was Shadow Robinson, and that is the individual that Polo stated in his opening statements that was lying about seeing him the day of the crime. So Shadow is actually the homeowner where the crime happened, and she stated that Davis, the individual who lost his life, was a friend of hers. She said that they had a romantic relationship, or that Shadow previously had a romantic relationship with Polo, but he didn't want it to end. And then Shadow Robinson claimed that she saw Polo pull into her driveway. She told Davis about it. After going back into her bedroom, she heard gunshots and says that she saw sparks coming from down the hall. She also alleged that she saw Polo standing over the body of Davis with the gun. And the fourth witness who was on the stand when we went to recess is Robert Watts. He's an investigator. He's now with the Capitol Police. At the time, he was with the Clinton Police Department. He stated during his testimony that he retrieved items from the crime scene as well as from Polo's truck and home. He testified he found a weapon holster, a gun cleaner, a manual for a 9mm gun, and a gun case with a magazine. He found those inside of Polo's home, said that it was the same brand and type of bullets that were found at the crime scene, and those, of course, again, located inside Polo's home and truck. So right now we are waiting for them to return from recess. They are, of course, looking like it's coming back up into the courtroom there in Judge Faye Peterson's courtroom. And recess is supposed to be over at 1:15. So what we are going to do now, since they are back up, is we are going to take you back into the courtroom so you can be right there as soon as the jury comes back in and the trial picks back up. Of course, WLBT is going to be here with you throughout this coverage this weekend, of course, as long as it lasts. And then don't forget, on our Facebook stream, we have the trial for Jimmy J. Lee for his accused murderer, Tim Harrington Jr. Of course, that happened in Oxford, Mississippi. That trial is being streamed on our Facebook page. But let's go back into the courtroom now. Thank you guys so much for watching with us. So,
Just make the whole thing. Yes, ma'am. I don't know who's who. I'm just getting in. It says live. Yeah, it was already on when I got in. There's one over here too. This one. But that one's on, this is on, and they were already on the campus.
Okay. We back.
That's what it said.
Okay, this is.
Can you check that information that you get in the city?
Yeah, this one's basically the same process. Yeah. Mr. Sampson, you recognize what I did? Yeah. What is it? I'd like to offer this, you know, and then. Right. Let them see what you know. They always get a chance to look at it. You know, this cat right here is just very much what you
Because I've been looking around.
Is this great? Yeah. Two.
All right. Y'all may be seated. All right. We're back on the record. In State of Mississippi versus William Edwards. First, is there anything you take out first to the state?
This is might not be timely, but when the time comes for Dr. Robertson to testify, I think, we've made known to the court, that we're gonna do, prior testimony. In reading the prior testimony, the exhibits are referred to by the current exhibit number, the ones that are already pre-marked and entered in evidence. So I don't know how the court wants to admit the prior evidence. My thought was, could we have it admitted before the testimony begins?
When are you intending on introducing this witness?
This afternoon, yes.
This afternoon, not next, but next.
Who's going to be your reader?
I will judge.
You can't. Okay, so the exhibits will be renumbered probably, I doubt, because you all admitted way more exhibits the last time.
Right.
They can't read those old numbers into the record, it would be confusing. So when it comes to the exhibits, should be presented in the same order, so that there's no confusion.
Okay.
As to the numbers that have to be renumbered. Are you doing that witness today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you doing that witness next?
Not next, but I think we've got one witness after Investigator White, and then that witness.
We may have to take a recess
Okay.
for that witness and see how the numbers would be,
Yes, ma'am.
so that we can try to make sure that that's consistent, so it's not confusing.
Right, and probably confusing to me, because at least it's a little bit of a go-by.
Well, now let me just say this, the defense tend to stipulate as to the cause and manner of death. Is there anything beyond that you needed from that witness's testimony?
Well, I'm sorry. Yes,
So let's take that up. We'll take a recess and take that up, and see what we can do as far as that goes. And we can certainly get from the defense at that time. I think it's just a matter of trying to make sure that the numbers follow more accurately the numbers that we used in the last track. Now, let me just say, I know that as I was leaving the courtroom, I have in mind remind everyone that he's not to be communicating with others. If, the court will sometimes arrange things if counsel requests, but let's not do that, Robert, because that's a security issue. But certainly Mr. Molinas can communicate with me later about something along those lines, if necessary. All right, so, anything by the defense?
No, not at this time.
Let's go ahead and, bring the jury in.
All right. The jurors in the courtroom.
Thank you. All right, you all may be seated. Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed your recess. Continue now with the cross-examination by the defense. Mr. Edwards, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Watson, right?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Watson, and how long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 18 years.
Approximately 18 years. And what has been your primary job in law enforcement?
The vast majority of it has been crime scene investigation.
So crime scene investigator has been your primary job for 18 years?
The big portion of it, yes, sir.
And can you just kind of tell for the jury as a crime scene investigator what your job details are?
I document the scene as is, as I arrive on the scene with photographs. I mark any items of interest. I then photograph those items. I then recover those items and log them into evidence, package them and log them into evidence.
And do you secure scenes as part of the crime scene investigation?
Usually I do not secure scenes. Patrol normally secures the scene for me. I will assist if they need assistance, but usually patrol secures it.
Okay. And on May the 1st, you had an opportunity to respond to 216 Hunter Drive, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived, was the scene secured, sir?
No, I was one of the first officers on the scene.
Okay. And you say you were one of the first officers on the scene?
Yes.
Was there other officers?
Yes, I mean, there was multiple officers that responded to the scene.
Okay, well, when you say you were the first, were you the first officer on the scene?
Not the first. I believe one or two other officers were on the scene before me.
Okay, so there were other officers on the scene and the scene wasn't secured when you arrived?
So when we first respond, our first priority is life-saving measures. So that is what occurred.
Okay, so, well, you kind of confused me right there. So you're a crime scene investigator, right?
Correct.
You got any training in life-saving measures or?
I do have training in life-saving measures.
Okay, so when you arrived on the scene at 216 Hannah Drive, did you perform any life-saving measures on the victim?
I did not. As soon as I arrived, the fire department, which are paramedics, they arrived, and so they performed the life-saving measures.
But the scene wasn't secured?
As I said, when we initially get on scene, so the scene is unsecured until we secure the scene with crime scene tape and uniformed officers. But we are initially responding, and then we secure the scene as we get there.
Let me ask you this, Investigator Marks. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me and tell the jury about what time you arrived on the scene?
Yes. So the call came out at 17:16 hours. I arrived on scene at approximately 17:21 hours.
So about 4 minutes?
About 5 minutes, correct.
And when you got the call, where did you respond from?
I responded from Clinton Police Headquarters, which is 305 Monroe Street.
So in about For the men and women of the jury, can you tell about how many miles, speculate about how many miles it is from the police headquarters to 216 Hampton?
I mean, I hate to speculate, but the city of Clinton is not a large city. So it's not a very far distance. And with emergency equipment, I was able to respond and arrive within approximately 5 minutes.
So from 716 to 721 with your lights on, siren going,
I believe I did have a siren on, yes.
and you made it to 216 in 5 minutes.
Approximately 5 minutes, yes.
And when you got there, the scene wasn't secure, correct?
I was one of the first officers, so, yes, there was, I believe, one other officer, maybe 2 officers, and then paramedics arrived, or firefighters arrived, as soon as I did.
Can you tell the men and women of the jury what you did once you arrived there?
As soon as I arrived on scene, I exited my patrol vehicle. I walked up the south, driveway, which was photographed towards the south door. I observed, Mr. Davis laying in the hallway, and, I immediately, I turned around and looked, and I saw firefighters pulling up. Well, I think I heard their sirens. I saw firefighters pulling up, and they come running up the driveway right behind me, and I moved out of their way. For firefighters to further aid.
So when you arrived on the scene, 721, you didn't have a marker down, right? I know the state showed a picture earlier with a marker down.
No, not at that time. No, I have not placed markers with as soon as I arrived on scene.
And medical personnel wasn't there, right?
Again, as soon as I got to the door and I turned around, that's when firefighters, I saw them. I either heard them or saw them pulling up.
And you testified earlier about one of the markers, and I think the state asked you about a casing found at the end of the driveway. And you said it possibly could have been kicked out or pushed out by one of the responding firefighters or medical personnel. Isn't that what you testified to?
It's possible, or it could have landed there after the discharge of the weapon.
But you testified earlier that it possibly could have got kicked out by one of the firefighters, but the firefighters weren't there yet, right?
Judge, that's a mischaracterization.
Rephrase, objection sustained.
When you arrived at 721, firefighters, medical personnel was not there, right?
They arrived right within 30 seconds of me.
Yes or no? Were they there?
No, I don't believe they were.
Okay. And you testified earlier, correct, that it's possible that medical personnel or firefighters kicked the casing at the end of the driveway.
My testimony was not in reference to marker number 1. My testimony was in reference to as general casings are kicked and moved around by emergency personnel. My testimony was not that marker number 1 was kicked and not that marker number 2 was kicked, but that in general on crime scenes, shell casings do get more kicked around and moved, and also they're very light and they bounce after they are discharged.
Investigator wise, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but do you have any direct evidence or proof that shell casings get kicked and moved around?
Yes, through my experience.
I said, do you have any direct proof? Do you have anything to show the jury here that they get kicked?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Argumentative.
Let me move on. Detective Watts, who did you come into contact with, per se, officers, when you arrived on the scene?
There was multiple officers on scene. Of course, everybody in Clinton responded, so a lot of officers responded.
And did you ask any officers what had happened when you arrived on the scene?
I did. I asked, Officer Kircher.
You asked Officer Kircher, who was responding for you, what possibly took place.
I can't testify when he responded.
But you asked him what happened, right?
I did.
Then it would suggest that he was there before you if you asked him what happened.
No, that does not suggest that.
What would it suggest?
So my job is to document the scene and then place markers and recover the evidence. As I'm doing that, other officers are gathering information. So I go to them and say, hey, can you provide basically a general information on what occurred so I know what I'm looking for? But that happens simultaneously. While I'm searching for items of interest, that officer is also gathering information, and then we confirm.
Okay. You on the map, Polo?
You may. You may.
Investigator Watts, for the pending minutes here, can you tell me what you're getting?
A copy of, the front page of the police report at 216 Aaron Drive that I typed.
You typed that report, correct?
Correct.
And can you read to me what that second paragraph says? And I'm gonna put it, do you have a copy of it?
I do.
You got a copy with you?
I do.
Okay, you can read your copy, I'm gonna put this on.
It's not been admitted, cannot be published to the jury, but you may impeach from them. You can read from it.
Okay.
If you go to the podium, please. Thank you. For purposes of impeachment that has not been admitted into evidence and cannot be published.
Can we use it by identification purpose now?
He still can't be published, but he can answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much. We read the first paragraph.
Your Honor, I do object to reading into evidence.
Yes, if you'll ask him a question about that.
Okay.
This one. Thank you. Sustain.
Investigator Watts, can you tell me what you put in your report on the first paragraph?
Ask him. I know he's going to object to the point of your question, because that's not the question. I know that you're reviewing that, ask the question about what you want him to respond to.
Investigator Watts, in looking at this report, is it true that you put in this report that you arrived at 1721 and spoke with Officer Crutcher, badge number 539, who stated that shots were fired by unknown suspects?
Just a moment, I have an objection, I'm sorry.
I do object. It just is not according to the rules of evidence to read into evidence a report. If that were the case.
Council approach.
Ready.
Mike, you may proceed.
Investigator Watts, back to May 1st. 1721, that's about 521, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that there were unknown suspects at the fire shots?
So yes, I was informed as soon as I arrived on scene that at this time, no witnesses or anybody had been interviewed. And so we were still piecing together what occurred. So at the time, they said, we're not exactly sure who did what. We haven't interviewed anybody. Literally, it was within 5 minutes of the incident occurring. So our primary goal was securing the scene. And then my goal was to document the scene as is and searching the scene for items of interest.
And when you say your primary goal was to secure the scene, did you secure the scene?
My primary goal is to document the scene with photographs, mark the scene, and recover any items of interest. I have patrol secure the scene.
Okay. And can you tell the men and women of the jury about what time the scene was secured?
I would say within a few minutes of us arriving on scene.
So within a few minutes, you arrived at 721, so we were saying 723, 724, scene secured?
Within a few minutes.
And when you say scene was secured, are you talking about the scene around the deceased, or was the house itself secured?
At the time, I would say the scene around the deceased was secure. People were on scene, and if they were there, usually we keep them there on the scene to conduct interviews or for them to provide statements.
Okay, so it's possible that other occupants were still in the house?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you make a walkthrough of the house?
Not initially, I did not, no. I do not secure the scene, but I did eventually through the process, and I couldn't tell you when, but through the process, I did walk through the house and photograph it as it was.
And did you notice any other occupants in the home at that time?
Yes, I believe there was a young child in one of the bedrooms that was secured with an officer in the general area until they could, I believe they were waiting for a ride for them to take him away, or I'm not exactly sure the details, but he was in a totally, the house is very large, he was in another part of the house away from where the decedent was.
You said a young child. Was there any other children or adults?
Not that I recall, but I say young, like he was a juvenile, I think a teenager possibly.
Okay, possible teenager. And at any time during your walkthrough, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
You have to be more specific.
Did you notice anything that possibly to give you the perception that let's say that a fight or anything had taken place?
No.
Okay. And when you noticed this young juvenile, did anything stick out about this juvenile to you?
No.
Can you give me a description? Or can you give men and women in the jury a
I
description?
do not recall what the juvenile was wearing.
I mean, when you say juvenile, he's 17, 16?
He was a teenager.
18?
Okay, so I don't know how old.
Just a minute. The court can't transcribe.
I'm sorry.
So only one person.
You can go ahead. He was, say it again?
I don't know the age of the juvenile.
But you know he was a juvenile?
I believe he was a juvenile.
Young man?
I believe so.
African American male?
Yes.
You talked a little bit in your earlier testimony also about shell cases, PPUs, and I think it was NOVX, is that correct?
Correct. It was a PPU 9mm and NOVX 9mm.
Investigator Watson, in all your years with law enforcement, is there anything in particular about PPU, NOVX that stands out to you? Is it any type of special ammunition?
Not that I'm aware of.
So any one of us could go and purchase it from the Dick's Sporting Goods?
I can't advise. I have no idea. I don't purchase ammunition. I receive it from the department.
So you can't tell me if I went and bought a PPU from Dick's Sporting Goods and my Mr. Susslex over here went and bought a PPU from Dick's Sporting Goods in Hattiesburg, that it wouldn't have the same hit stamps on it?
I am not a firearms expert. and I received my ammunition from the police department.
So there's nothing particular about PPU or the NOVX shell cases that you can state?
Again, I'm not a firearms expert.
Well, you stated earlier in your testimony that the casings and the live round match.
I
makes
stated
that
that
conclusion?
the shell casing is marked PPU 9mm Luger and NOVX 9mm Luger, and the live round was marked or stamped PPU 9mm Luger and NOVX 9mm Luger, which means they were stamped at the bottom.
So it would be safe to say that there are thousands or millions of PPUs floating around the United States, correct?
Again, I cannot testify to that. I'm not a firearms expert.
I'm not asking you to testify to firearms, I'm asking you to testify that it is possible that there's thousands or millions of PPUs and NOVX floating around, correct?
I'm not a firearms expert. I cannot speculate.
But you speculated earlier in your testimony that they match.
Sustained. The questions being asked are outside the scope of this witness.
Your Honor, can we, in briefing,
Give it a second, so.
Investigator Wise, these are photos you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked a few minutes ago about mark number one. Exhibit number one, sorry. Exhibit 7, marker number 1. Can you give the men and women of the jury a brief description about the distance from that door to that marker?
I did not. I did not measure from the door to the marker. I used the corner of the driveway as a reference point, and I can give you the distance from the base of the driveway to the marker number 1.
Would it be safe to say that where those officers are standing, that that's the door, the side door?
Correct. This is the south door where those officers are standing.
And can you put your pointer on the marker, on your first marker? And so Investigator Watts, this be clear. Based on your testimony, is your perception that that marker, possibly that shell case ended up out there by the kicking or the moving of the firefighter or emergency worker?
So I was not on scene when that showcasing was placed there. I cannot speculate how it got there, but the possibility is yes, a firefighter could have kicked it, emergency personnel could have kicked it, or that could be where it landed after it was discharged from the firearm.
Okay, I'm gonna put up another picture for you. I'm respecting the family, but I'm gonna try to keep it on lock. We're looking at now exhibit 11.
Mhm.
And can you tell me what we're looking at exhibit 11?
Okay. I'm standing in the south doorway facing north of the hallway. Number 4 is a spent shell casing marked PPU 9mm Luger. Number 5 is one projectile, which is what is exited out of the barrel of the weapon when it's fired. Number 6 is one spent shell casing marked PPU 9mm Luger.
So number 6 is a spent shell case at the end of the hallway, correct?
Correct.
And it is your testimony that it's possible that someone could possibly kick a shell case from the end of that hallway out to where we saw a marker 101. That's your testimony.
That is not my testimony.
Sustain this mischaracterization of this testimony. Rephrase.
So once again, it's your testimony that it's possible that can happen.
That what can happen?
The casing can end up at the end of the driveway.
I mean, I don't understand what you're asking.
The shooting took place in the house according to your reports, correct?
That is not what I testified to.
I said according to your reports, correct?
Anyone approach it just a moment. Mr. Edwards, you may proceed.
Briefly, Judge.
Second wise, we're gonna move on to, I think it is, May 3rd, is that correct? Have you conducted a search warrant?
Correct, that's correct.
No law? Now, second wise, you stated in your testimony that you had a search warrant. Do you got a copy of that search warrant?
I do not, I did not type up the search warrant, Detective Jones did.
So you don't have anything in your notes there today to prove to the jury here that you had a search warrant?
No, other than my testimony.
So they gotta take your testimony as true.
Counsel, Mr. Edwards.
I move. So you don't have a search warrant?
I do not have it with me now. Should be in the case file.
Yes, I do.
I can't hear.
Back to the exhibit number 21, Investigator Watts, can you give me a brief description of what we're looking at?
That is 300 South Drive.
And you said earlier in testimony that the upstairs entrance is the entrance to apartment 9. Is that what you testified to?
I believe so.
You're not aware that apartment 9 is downstairs?
If it is, I misspoke.
You misspoke.
It's one of those doors there that is entrance
You
to the
don't
hallway.
remember if you went upstairs or downstairs?
I don't recall. I know the apartment 9 was 2 levels, and I went through one of those doors down the hallway to get to apartment 9.
You stay there, you went where to get to apartment 9?
I went through one of the doors photographed in that photograph down a hallway. The hallway had multiple apartments on it, and at the end of the hallway was apartment 9.
Okay, but earlier you stated in testimony that the upstairs entrance was the entrance to apartment 9.
Again, I think I should clear up that I misspoke at which door I went through, which was just a hallway to multiple apartments. But the search warrant was on apartment 9, not the hallway and not that doorway.
Now, earlier in testimony, you talked about items that you discovered in the law. Can you tell the men and women of the jury when you execute that search warrant, who also was in that house? Were there any occupants in that house?
So when the warrant was executed, I stand in the parking lot. I'm one of the last ones to enter the home, so I cannot tell you who was in the home when the officers entered the home. I believe that he made forced entry into the home, but I was not in the home when entry was made, and I cannot testify who was in the home when entry was made. I was in the parking lot. I'm the last person to enter into the home.
Okay, you never came in contact with any adult children in the home?
I do not speak to people while I'm saying, other than officers. I do not interview people, and I do not speak to people on the scene. Were there people on the scene? There were people on the scene. Who they are, I cannot testify to that.
Okay. And you testified that you found that item, which is, you testified that is a gun holster, correct?
Yes, I believe, yes, that is a weapon holster.
A weapon holster. And based on your years of law experience, what kind of holster is it? Where does it go?
What do you mean, where does it go?
I mean, what, is it a side holster? Is it on the side? Is it on your leg? There are different type of holsters.
That one, I believe, is a side holster, but you can modify it to go anywhere, depending on the type of holster. You have different devices on the side. You can hook it to your side, or it's a holster.
It's a holster. Okay, and you said you found it on the table where?
I found it on the table in the east room, which was the dining room.
Okay, and when you found that on the table in the dining room, did the dining room look like it was in the process of moving?
The entire apartment looked like it was in the process of being moved.
Okay, so people were boxing things up and people were moving.
I can only testify to how the apartment was when I arrived, and there were boxes, and it appeared that they were moving, either packing or unpacking.
Just for the record, the witnesses testifying in reference to exhibit 28.
20, yes, ma'am. And did you find a firearm in your search of that apartment?
On none of the scenes did I locate a firearm, no.
And based on your investigation or reports from other officers on scene, has a firearm ever been found in this?
I can testify that I do not review other officers' reports. I did not find a firearm.
Okay. But let's go to P30, investigator wise. We want to look at P30. Let's look at P23.
Exhibit 23.
P23.
It's exhibit.
Exhibit 23, I'm sorry, Young. Exhibit 23, investigator Watts, can you kind of tell us what we're looking at here again?
That is a gun case for a 9mm handgun. That is the user manual for that weapon. Also in that gun case was one black magazine with 4 live rounds. 2 of the live rounds were PP 9mm Luger, and 2 of the live rounds were Win 9mm Luger.
So 2 were Win 9mm Luger?
2 were Win 9mm Luger, and 2 were PPU
And
9mm
2 were PPU. And
Please be mindful not to speak at the same time.
I'm sorry,
You cannot transcribe those.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Investigator Watts, can you tell me if at any time you took fingerprint analysis on any of these items?
I did not.
Confiscated? Any reason why?
They were located in your apartment.
Would that mean that they rhyme?
I don't speculate.
The question should be responded to in the third person, not from the witness. So it's not part of the whatever person.
Yes.
Can I ask you to rephrase the question, not make it personal?
At any given time, can you state to the men and women of the jury why you did not take fingerprint analysis on the items you discovered?
It's not custom that normally we, do fingerprint analysis on a search warrant in a home. That's just a not common practice, because it was located in the home of the, defendant.
Let's look at 27, exhibit 27. Can you tell me what we're looking at on exhibit 27?
That is the side view of that, that weapon case.
And can you tell me with your pointer right there, what those numbers are on the left-hand corner of that?
This view?
Yeah.
I believe one of these is a serial number to the weapon, but I'm not positive, so I can't really say. I mean, I can't see it clear enough to know, but the case is in.
So you don't know if that's a serial number or not?
I don't, but we can look at the case and see, it's in evidence.
Okay. And at any time during your investigation, or do you know through any other reports if those serial numbers were ran to see who that weapon belonged to?
Guns are not registered in the state of Mississippi, so we cannot run a serial number to see if that weapon belongs to anybody.
But officers run serial numbers all the time to see if guns are stolen, correct?
When you run a serial number on a weapon, two things occur. Either no record on that weapon, or it comes back as stolen. That is it. Guns are not registered in the state of Mississippi.
So how would you know if it's stolen if it's not registered?
The person that owns the weapon, when they report it stolen, we take the serial number and we enter it on NCIC, and then when we run it, it will come back as stolen. So that's the only two options that NCIC returns when we run a weapon, either stolen, which then it would have the person or the complainant, am I talking too fast? The person or the complainant would then return on NCIC, or it would be no record found, which means nothing would come back.
So let me ask my question again, because you seem to not be able to understand the question.
Okay,
Did you-
counsel, Mr. Edwards, no commentary on
Okay.
that question.
Did you, at any time, run the serial number on that gun?
Yes, I believe the serial number was ran. I did not personally run it, no, but I believe it was ran.
And what were those results?
As far as I know, no record.
I tend to witness you.
All right, can you read it back?
Now, Investigator Watts, I know this is a tough question, but you've done crime scene investigations before.
Yes,
Do you keep a count of how many crime scenes you've investigated over the course of your career?
I don't, but, several hundred.
As part of that crime scene investigator duties, putting together what the scene is and maybe what occurred?
No, I do not put together any theories or what occurred. I merely document the scene as is. I collect those items and I package them and log them into evidence. I do not speak to witnesses. I do not come up with theories, and I do not speculate what occurred, what did not occur.
Did you take any photographs or collect any evidence at all that would indicate any kind of fight or altercation happened at that Hannah Drive location?
No, I did photograph the home, and the house was not in disarray. There was nothing out of place. It seemed like a normal home, just like, there was nothing out of place other than the victim inside the home.
And he asked you anything special about this ammunition. Was there anything unique or special about the live rounds that you found as it relates to this case?
The live rounds were the same size and brand as the casings I found on scene on Hannah Drive. So they're the same brand and the same size.
Not just one brand, but both brands?
Correct. Both brands. One brand was located in the vehicle. One brand was located in the home.
And he asked you about, you didn't find a firearm in that residence, in his residence, correct?
I did not. I found the case of the firearm. I found a magazine, and I found live rounds. I found a holster, and I found a gun cleaning kit.
Is it unusual you would find all that paraphernalia, for lack of better words, a gun, but not the gun?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Would you have expected to find a gun? And just to clear up, when you went to each of the locations, or we'll specifically say the defendant's apartment, did you go on your own, or did you have a court-issued search warrant?
I had a court,
Overruled, but you'll be limited to just that.
It's just that question.
I had a court-issued search warrant signed off by a judge.
No questions, Judge.
Next witness, be excused.
Your Honor, you can be excused, but we ask that he stay on the screen.
Sorry, I'm scared, excuse me, now. All right, Inspector, have your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly regarding our next witness?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take up some matters on the record outside the presence. So I'm gonna give you all just, excuse you all, look at those matters. It should be done in about 15 minutes.
All rise. Jurors out of the courtroom.
You want me to be seated? All right, so, the court has been advised that the state's next witness is unavailable due to a medical emergency. and under the circumstances, you all had some information to provide the court on the seal in regard to verification of that. Let me see what you have.
May I approach?
You may. All right, so the court has been provided, information will place on the seal, in regard to the, next witness, unavailability does appear to have a, medical impairment that would prevent him from being exposed today, or could also expose other people. For that reason, he is declared unavailable. Under Rule 804, one of the exceptions to hearsay is when the declarant is unavailable. The state has ceased at this time to use the in-court testimony of Dwayne Pickett from the prior trial of this matter. At which time the witness was available, he was subject to cross-examination. In under 804, which 804A, the court first finds that he is unavailable. And because he has provided prior sworn testimony, that testimony may be used in the trial of this matter. What says the defense? I forgot to run your argument.
Your Honor, even though it was under prior testimony, we would still raise the objection if we're not exercising the ability to confront the witness on the stand and get, their cross-examined and any of the documents such nature. I'd like that objection placed upon the record.
Objection is so noted. All right, so the records provided in regard to the medical condition will be placed under seal made a part of the record in this proceeding. The court will allow the state to proceed with the prior sworn testimony of the witness, Dwayne Pickett. I'm not sure if he was cross-examined during, I don't recall.
He was.
It was, John.
All right, do you need a moment to review that testimony?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. All right, so let me y'all about, I don't recall the testimony being very extensive or very long, but I do want to give you an opportunity to look at it. Let's take about another 5 minutes on this recess, and then we'll do the jury back in.
Your Honor, just thinking quickly, just housekeeping. I take it that we should, when we're reading this, just roll right into the cross-examination and reread.
I would prefer to have someone, either Mr. Mullins or Mr. Evans to read the cross. Do you have someone to read as for the witness?
I'll read as a witness.
Okay, and then we can just, you don't have an investigator or something other than you, other than counsel.
We might find someone.
I would prefer that you, if you have an investigator or someone other than someone who's serving as counsel, it just appears.
To read. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll arrange that.
All right, thank you. Let's take about 5 minutes, get ourselves organized, and we'll come back. I'm just gonna start.
All right.
And we are taking now a, excuse me, we are taking a 5-minute recess so that they can get situated with the next witness that is going to be coming on. I see you guys here in our comment section. Let me get rid of this lower third. Hold on one second, you guys. Again, I apologize so much for my voice. I've been sick the past week and trying to get over laryngitis. It's not being very much fun. Not at all, but we're here now. So we are covering the William Polo Edwards retrial. His first trial did end in a hung jury. This is the technical day one of the trial. Jury was selected yesterday. Opening arguments or opening statements, rather, were heard this morning. And now we are just going through the witnesses. So the one that we just had on the stand was investigator Robert Mitz. He's now with Capitol Police Department. He was with the Clinton Police Department then during the time of the crime. And we saw William Edwards, Mr. Edwards there, redirecting him, cross-examining him, asking questions and things. So it's been a crazy case so far today, or crazy case, a crazy trial so far today. Watching this, especially with William Edwards representing himself. We know that it's happened before in the past. He does have a defender there, public defender there as an assistant, essentially, who is able to cross-examine and redirect witnesses as well. But he is really there to help in a assistant type of capacity for William Edwards, or Polo, as a lot of you know him. I see all your comments. Thank you so much. Angelique Harris says, I'm sick too. Keep on streaming. We're going to keep on streaming. And this sickness is nothing to mess with, right? Brandy, hope you get to feeling better soon. Thank you so much, Brandy. And I'm sorry, not Brandy. That was Brandy. Now this is another Brandy saying get well soon. Appreciate all of you so much for tuning in. So, like I said, right now we're just taking a quick 5-minute break. We're going to come back and have more witnesses take the stand and get questions from them, get answers from them, and we're just going to keep on going with it. So, I just wanted to pop in here, remind you guys rather, that we are streaming the Jimmy J. Lee murder trial on our Facebook page. That's happening in Oxford, Mississippi. We are streaming that over on our Facebook page, and we will continue to stream that on our Facebook page until that trial concludes. It began last week, went through the weekend. They actually had court on Saturday, did not have court on Sunday, and then picked back up on Monday morning. So we are streaming that trial over on our Facebook page. You can go check that out there. A lot of people I've seen in the comments on both of the streams that we have people that are popping back and forth, or they have both of them up, or I don't know how you guys are doing it. Some of you are saying you're at work and you're not getting any work done because you're trying to watch both of these trials. And I have to watch both of these trials, and I'm having a hard time getting work done because there's so much happening with the both of them. So if you have another thing to do on top of watch these, I'm not sure how you're getting work done today. But I do appreciate all of you for tuning in and choosing WLBT as your coverage of choice for these trials. Again, we're going to go back into the courtroom. So as soon as Judge Faye Peterson gets back in and gets the court rolling again, you will be right there listening and ready to see the action. So thank you guys again. I don't know if I will pop back in before the end of the day. If I don't, we will, of course, continue to stream this coverage tomorrow, as well as the Jimmy J. Lee trial that's happening over on Facebook. We'll stream both of these until the courts conclude. Of course, if the trial for Tim Harrington with Jimmy J. Lee, if that ends, we will then be streaming this trial, the William Polo Edwards trial, on our Facebook and YouTube. So we do appreciate all of you for watching. Let's go back into the courtroom so we can be there when they get ready to go.
ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I do think, we do need to mark for identification, a copy of the transcript for the record. Just so we got a copy. Not for it to be admitted, but for purposes. All right, who's gonna read?
I'm gonna read the state's part, Your Honor, and Investigator Roger Combs is going to read, Pastor Pickett's.
Robert Collins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's, bring Jeremy in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. The jurors in the courtroom.
Right, thank you. All right, you all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next witness that you will be hearing from, the testimony will be read by this transcript of their testimony from another proceeding where the witness was examined under oath. The testimony will be read by the investigator Roger Holmes from the district attorney's office. Mr. Holmes, is he there?
Yes, I mean, he was right outside, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Small for identification purposes only. He doesn't have to be sworn, he's reading.
Before I,
All right, who is the state's next witness?
yeah,
The name of the witness.
the witness is Pastor Dwayne Pickett.
He doesn't have the,
Ma'am.
all right. The testimony of Pastor Dwayne Pickett will be read by investigator Roger Holmes. All right, now you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pastor Pickett, please state your name for the record.
Dwayne Pickett.
How do you spell your last name and state your full name?
Dwayne
If you could, tell us how are you currently employed?
pastor of New Jerusalem Church.
I'm going to cut to the chase. Back in May of 2022, did you own a black Ford pickup truck?
Yes,
And could you kind of describe what kind of truck that was?
it's a Ford F-450.
And did you drive it?
Yes, I have.
In May of 2022, was that truck in your possession?
No,
Who had it at the time?
William Edwards.
And how long had he had it at that point?
Probably about 6 months or so.
Why did you let him have your truck?
He was using it for the work that he was doing, construction work and housing.
I'm showing Your Honor, may I approach the evidence, retrieve evidence bench?
Yeah, proceed.
showing you what has been marked as P48. Y'all may I approach the witness? Pastor Pickett, do you recognize this?
Yes,
And is this the truck you were just referring to?
yes,
Is this the one that you gave to Mr. William Edwards?
yes.
How do you know that?
Because of the dent on the sides, tear on the sides.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Was that damage there before or after you loaned it to him?
It was on there before.
Pastor Pickett, do you own any firearms?
Yes,
And did you have any firearms in this truck when you loaned it to Mr. William Edwards?
no,
Did you have any ammunition in the truck when you loaned it to William Edwards?
no,
Did you provide William Edwards with any type of firearm?
absolutely not.
At the time, did you know if he was able to own a firearm?
I'm not sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Reverend.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm doing better.
Good. You knew my client, correct?
Yes,
So you know William Edwards.
yes.
How long have you known William Edwards? Any idea?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. At some point, did you see him occasionally, frequently?
Yes, we saw each other frequently.
Okay. And back in 2022, at some point, you loaned him this truck. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have other trucks? This is a black Ford F-450 dually, right? Or sorry, dually.
Yes, correct. Duly.
Okay. Did you have other pickup trucks? Did you own other pickup trucks?
Several, yes.
Like what kind of pickup trucks?
I had 4 other black Ford F-350s.
Ford F-350s?
Yes,
Not dually.
all are dualies.
All of them were?
Yes,
So Ford F-350s, are they also made with dually?
yes.
Is the word dually, is that right, or dual?
Dually.
Dual wheels, okay. Do you own other Ford trucks?
3 other dualies.
3 other dualies, okay. And do you allow other people to use those occasionally?
All the time.
Is this part of your ministry?
Ministry and some of it is work, yes.
Okay, so sometimes it's work for you or for your church.
Correct.
And sometimes you let them use it so they can do work and they can make a living.
Trying to help people, right.
Okay, what's the difference between the 350 and the 450 duals?
Besides the technical stuff and braking system, it's really no real big difference.
So let me just ask you, if you park a 350 and a 450 dual back in the back of this courtroom, if you could do that, could you tell the difference from sitting up where you are?
Not.
So you had F-450 on the back of the truck?
Correct.
Okay, and that's how you can tell the difference?
Right.
And what about F-150 and F-250?
I can tell the difference because they don't have the dual wheels.
Because it doesn't have dual wheels. So that's kind of a telltale sign, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you seen other F-450s or 350 black dualings in Jackson, Mississippi?
Yes.
Besides the ones that you own?
Sure.
Do you see a lot of those?
A lot of dualies, yes.
And is black a popular color?
Yes.
Pickup truck.
I like it so, yes, pretty popular.
So you see those on the road frequently. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Both 350s and 450s, but they are duals?
Correct.
It would not surprise you to walk out of this courtroom and see one of those type trucks come driving by.
It would not, no.
The damage to that truck that you looked at just now, as I understand it, that was already there when you loaded the truck to William. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he ever, at any time, return it to you upon your request?
No.
And did he stay in touch with you during the time that he was using the truck?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to worry about it?
No.
You own guns.
I do.
What kind? What caliber?
9mm.
How many?
3 handguns.
You own those for personal protection and safety?
Yes.
When you get into your car, do you have a gun with you or the truck with you sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay. Has it been your experience that other people carry handguns in their car?
It has.
You don't have a handgun with you now.
Absolutely not.
But if you were to say getting in your truck at night and drive around to go somewhere in Jackson, would you more than likely put your gun in your truck?
More than likely, yes.
Do you, in your experience, do you think other people that you know do the same thing?
Objection.
That was, 25, bottom of page 68.
Sustain.
I will withdraw the question. That's a little while. But you don't have a problem with that.
No.
Did you ever see William Edwards with a handgun?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he owned a handgun?
No.
As I understand it, you're not sure the manufacturer of all the handguns that you own.
I'm not sure.
But you do own 9mm handguns.
Own handguns.
And one of those 9mm, I think, is a Glock. Is that correct? Is one a Glock?
I think so, yes.
Okay. You never provided William Edwards with one of your handguns, did you?
No.
And William Edwards never asked you for one of your handguns.
No.
May I have just a minute, Your Honor?
Okay.
Reverend Pickett, after May the 1st, 2022, in the hours following this incident, did William Edwards communicate with you, call?
He did call me.
Yes.
He did call me.
Okay, then I would say yes behind that.
No.
Did he talk to you over the phone at any time?
We talked afterwards, after I found out.
After you found out about
Something had happened, yes.
something had happened, right? Did you know what had happened?
I had no idea what had happened.
Okay, Reverend Pickett, when you talked to him after this incident happened, did he disclose to you exactly where he was?
He did.
What did he tell you?
He told me he was in the country.
Was later on the night, May the 1st, or do you know?
I don't know for sure when it was.
And did you suggest to him that he should turn himself in or come back up here?
Immediately, yes.
Okay, and did he agree with you?
He did.
What condition did he have for coming back and talking to the police? What was the condition that he had?
He wanted his attorney to make contact with Dennis Sweet.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sweet his attorney or an attorney he was trying to talk to?
He was.
Okay, you know Mr. Sweet, is that correct?
I do.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Mr. Sweet?
From time to time, yes.
I mean, about this incident.
Not this.
Did you call him or talk to him?
I did, yes.
And did you receive confirmation that Mr. Edwards had, in fact, called Mr. Sweet?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for your second.
Sustain.
I will withdraw the question, Your Honor. Was there anyone else with you when you were communicating with Mr. Sweet or with Mr. Edwards?
No, not when I was communicating with Mr. Sweet. No.
Did Did you have occasion during the time period to talk to anyone from the district attorney's office about Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Who would that person have been?
District Attorney Jody Owens.
That's Mr. Jody Owens.
Yes,
Okay, and did you make him aware that you had communicated or been in communication of some sort with William Edwards?
I did.
And did he agree with you that Mr. Edwards should turn himself in?
He did.
Okay, but you kept him informed about that,
Yes.
at least at that time?
At that time, I did. Yes.
Do you know anything about any of the facts in this case of the incident itself?
Nah, no.
Whatever you've heard from someone else, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, you had no reason not to loan your vehicle to Mr. Edwards, is that correct?
No.
And did you have any concerns that your vehicle, while it was in the possession of Mr. Edwards, during that 6 months or so period of time?
No.
Court's endured this for a minute, Your Honor. Reverend Pickett, did you suggest during your conversation on the telephone, the only conversation you had with Mr. Edwards was by telephone? Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you suggest to him that he needed to turn himself in to anyone in particular?
Yes.
Who?
To the DA's office.
Okay, and you told him that? You told Mr. Edwards that?
I did.
And you also, in the DA's office, knew that you were telling him that. Is that correct, or do you know?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Reverend Pickett. At that point, you.
Can you read it?
Yes, Your Honor. Pastor Pickett, did you leave any ammunition in the car when you loaned it to Mr. Edwards?
No.
And you said that Attorney Gordon asked if he told you exactly where he was. Where did he tell you he was?
In the country.
So what city is that?
Lexington area somewhere.
Did he tell you exactly where he was in Lexington?
He didn't give me, no,
Did he tell you he was going to New Orleans?
no,
Did he tell you he was going to across to Louisiana?
no,
Pastor Pickett, are you aware of when he turned himself in, the date?
no, I'm not aware.
And you stated that he told you he wanted to turn himself in to his attorney, Dennis Sweet. Are there any other attorneys available?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain.
I will rephrase it. Who did he tell you? What did he tell you he was waiting for to turn himself in?
Dennis Sweet.
Would that be the only attorney in town?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor.
I want to sustain that, counsel.
Are you aware if there are other attorneys to contact?
Yes.
So are there other attorneys who could have contacted him?
I assume so.
No further questions. Thank you.
Can this witness be excused? Without any testimony. All right, who do you have next?
Your Honor, our next witness is the medical examiner.
All right, so we need to take another matter for outside the place of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to excuse the judge and put another matter on the record before we can continue testimony.
All right. Jury call to order, ma'am.
You all may be seated. All right, so who is the state's next witness?
Your Honor, the state of next call Dr. R.N. Roberts. Ma'am,
Say the name again.
it's Robinson or Robinson, and she's also, I don't know if that was her maiden name, married name, but it's also Dr. Andrew as well. That's the same person.
I know it was a medical examiner. I just can't see the name. Okay.
It should be Ariane is her first name.
Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ariana,
Yes, ma'am. But it's actually Robinson, there's no Robinson.
Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. She's German.
All right, so what's this state?
Your Honor, may I approach with some information that
Man,
is medical information?
I understand. All right, so the court has been provided with proof based on a medical condition of the next witness that she is unavailable to testify in this matter. The court has been made previously doing some pretrial matters of this same issue with this witness and does understand that she's not available. There is evidence provided by this witness on the prior trial of this case that the state wishes to proceed with, and the court is going to allow under Rule 804, the exception that she be declared an unavailable witness and that the state will be allowed to use the formal testimony of that witness. The defense, I have not heard from you, but you may make a record of any objection you may have.
Yes, Your Honor, I would raise the objection again that we are unable to confront this witness directly, we're unable to directly cross-examine this witness, and we would object to her testimony being read into the record for that period of time.
Since the witness was available during the last test, during the trial, the first trial of this case, she was subject to cross-examination under oath by her prior counsel on behalf of the defendant on the same matter or matters as brought forward in this trial. So the court will allow the jury to receive her formal testimony. I'm waiting on my law clerk to go and get my laptop so that I will have the transcript available for the court. Do you have one to mark for identification?
I do have one to mark for identification, Your Honor, and I was gonna ask the court, originally our plan was that I was going to read the medical examiner and Mr. McCullough would read the questions from the state, just due to the medical jargon and language that was in there. But if the court would prefer, I can have our investigator do it again also.
The preference is to not have any of the counsel reading any part into the trial. It looks as if you are overly participating in the case, so.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can
have
understand
that.
that sometimes medical terminology can be kind of convoluted with the best way. Mr. Monax?
Yes, Your Honor. Since this is going a little bit further because this is the medical examiner that's getting ready to brought up, I didn't see it in my quick scan of the transcript, but I would raise the objection about postmortem photography. Again, that it would be more prejudicial. Postmortem photographs of the victim, that they could be more prejudicial to the defendant and probative in value because of the shock value to the jury.
I think we addressed this matter during the first trial, and only those that were necessary to show the cause and manner of death. However, they are entitled to produce photographs to depict the injuries that have anything to do with their theory of the case. And I do believe we did limit them, and they will be limited again in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you for your objection. All right, so, did you all have a moment to figure out with the exhibits?
The state is asking for guidance from the court, Your Honor, on that. I have all of the exhibits that were entered in the previous testimony. They are marked as they were under that testimony. My thought was that if the court does want to put markings on it for this trial, then they should just be adjacent to the old markings so that our transcript follows and we can follow the transcript. And if there's ever a question, then whatever the new marking will go with the old transcript, so there'd be nothing.
I think that would be fine. You understand? So the exhibits, they'll be labeled twice.
Right, I
And both
understand that one
exhibits
right
will be
beside the
visible.
other.
That
Yes,
would be fine. Do you want so we'll need the court reports to go ahead and mark them as we go along as well also.
Would you like to have her do that in advance so that the peer doesn't have to wait since there is quite a bit?
Is that your preference? Okay, we'll go ahead and have her to go ahead and pre-mark them, since they're already in numerical order anyway. And then she can pre-mark them in numerical order.
So just put the new label next to the old label.
Just put the new label next to all.
Do we wanna mark the transcript first before we do it?
Let's mark the transcript for identification, and then do the exhibits. Yes, sir.
Can I take a look at those? This will be the first time I've actually ever.
That'll be fine.
Right, 55, I do, and
So-
transcript.
Transcript, for ID only.
What number was that, John?
Mr. Ellis, you need to take a break. Why don't we be a recess, if I can, we'll consider it a recess so they can escort them for a break. We have just finished pre-marking the exhibits, place labels beside the numbers from the prior trial. And exhibits number 56 to 89 are autopsy photos, and exhibits 90 to 95 are projectiles. Those are the numbers for this trial.
56 to 89 are autopsy photos and 90 through 95 are projectiles.
Yes, sir. And who is your reader? Where's your reader?
Mark Friday, you're Megan, good.
He's gonna read from the shit. All right. Did Mr. Lewis go to you for yours?
I'm not sure, I think so. You don't know what you need?
Well, it's time to bring him in.
All right.
The jurors in the courtroom.
Thank you. Y'all, thank you. You all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, like the prior witness, we do have a witness who is unavailable to be present to testify. Her testimony from the prior proceeding will be read into the record and it for consideration as evidence in this matter. All right, at this time, we may proceed.
Please state your name for the jury and the court reporter, Dr. Robertson.
My name is Ariana Robeson.
Could you spell it?
Yes. ARIANEROBISON.
Please tell us, what is your occupation?
I'm a deputy medical examiner for the state of Mississippi.
And are you duly licensed physician?
Yes, I am.
Where did you receive your license? Where are you licensed?
I'm licensed in the state of Germany, Mississippi, and Michigan.
And how long have you been licensed to practice as a medical doctor?
Since 2010.
How long have you worked in the state of Mississippi?
Since November of 2021.
Do you specialize in any branch or fields of medicine?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist.
Where did you receive your medical school training?
I received my medical school training in Germany at Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
My training in anatomic and clinical pathology I received at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit, and my training in forensic pathology I received at University of Michigan in Detroit.
What does pathology involve?
Pathology is a branch of medicine that focuses on studying and diagnosing diseases. It consists of anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically concerned with diagnosing diseases microscopically. Microscopically means you're examining tissues and organs with your eyes to determine like a disease, like make a diagnosis. Microscopically means you're looking at the glass lights with very thin tissue sections under the microscope. And there are also other methods being used for diagnosing diseases. For example, molecular pathology, biochemistry, and such. Molecular pathology is laboratory medicine. That's concerned with analyzing body fluids. For example, if you're in a laboratory setting, they are using methods of chemistry and molecular biology as well, also molecular pathology.
You mentioned you were a forensic pathologist. Would you explain what that term means?
A forensic pathologist is a specialized doctor who received training in forensic pathology. Forensic pathology is concerned with examining dead bodies to determine the cause and manner of death. Usually that happens on like criminal law cases, but also investigating deaths under other circumstances or suspicious circumstances as well.
Earlier, you also said that you were the deputy medical examiner for the state of Mississippi.
So a deputy medical examiner is a trained forensic pathologist that works under a chief medical examiner. My duties are from conducting autopsies, for example, microscopic studies to determine the cause and manner of death. I also interpret toxicology and other angular studies that we order. And I supervise collection of evidence as well, like taking pictures and such. After all that is done, I write an autopsy report for every case where I form an opinion about the cause and manner of death. And yet,
over the course of your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
I have performed about 800 autopsies.
And during your time at the Mississippi Medical Examiner's Office, how many autopsies have you performed?
About 450.
During your years as a forensic pathologist, as a medical examiner, have you had occasion to assert many cases where the causes of death was gunshot wounds?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified as an expert witness in pathology before?
No, I have not.
However, in those 800 autopsies that you performed, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And has that determination ever been challenged?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have Dr. Robeson declared an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any objections.
She may be admitted as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You may proceed.
Dr. Robeson, in May 2022, did you perform an autopsy on Bobby Davis?
Yes, I did.
What day was that autopsy performed?
That was on May 18th, 2022.
When did the victim die?
He died on May 1st, 2022.
And do you know about how long the autopsy lasted?
Approximately 2 hours.
Where did it take place?
It took place at the crime lab in Polo.
What injuries were present?
The decedent had 9 gunshot wounds.
Were you able to view these wounds yourself?
Yes, I was.
And were photographs taken of these wounds?
Yes.
Are you the one that took the photographs?
No, one of my autopsy assistants took them under my supervision.
So you were present when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
Would you recognize those if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Robeson, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do these represent the photographs taken during the autopsy of Bobby Davis?
Yes.
And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Do they accurately represent the process of the autopsy as you were performing it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to enter into evidence the autopsy photographs taken during the autopsy of Bobby Davis.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
It may be so marked and admitted.
Your Honor, is it okay if we enter as a composite?
My concern is we do those as composites. There's no way to identify any of them in case there is any cross-examination of a specific item in that. That's the only concern the court would have as far as the record if you did it as a composite. Someone reading it may not be able to identify which one you were referring to. So unfortunately, I think they need to be numbered individually.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may proceed. Wait a minute. Exhibit 91 through 123, autopsy photos have been admitted. You may proceed. Now, you may publish.
Dr. Robeson, if you please look to your right and tell me what we are looking at as I show these photographs.
Yes,
What is this a photograph of?
this is a photograph of Ruger with the case number, medical examiner case number 22. Refers to the year and then 0388. That means case number 388 from that year.
And why do you all take that photograph?
That's for identification purposes.
For the record, I'm showing what has been marked as previously as P91. And I'm now showing what has been marked as P92. What are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the decedent's lower part of the body as it came into the office.
I'm now showing what has been marked as P93. What are we looking at here?
This is the decedent's upper body as it came into the office.
Did you all perform the autopsy as the decedent comes in like this?
It comes in like this, but it is documented and the pictures are taken of that. And then the body is being processed, and then that means the clothes are being taken off and he is washed off and cleaned up before the autopsy.
What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the decedent's legs, lower part of the body after the clothes were taken off.
Next.
This is the part of the upper body after the clothes have been taken off and he has been cleaned up.
Dr. Robeson, I want to get into the injuries that were present. If you could, for each photograph, please, tell us how do you keep up with the injuries?
I number them to organize them.
We will start with number 1 and tell me what you're looking at here.
This is a gunshot wound to the right interior chest, and that is a close-up of the same wound.
And just for the record, I then showed P96, and the doctor identified as a gunshot wound to the right chest. And then P97, the doctor identified as a close-up of that wound. Doctor, could you please tell us what type of wound this is?
This was an entrance wound.
And could you tell the range that this wound was, the distance the gun was?
So this is an indeterminate range, and that's because there are no signs of close range firing on the skin around this wound.
So what does indeterminate range mean?
Indeterminate means it is more than 2 to 3 feet away from the body, at least more than 1.
And what was the trajectory of this wound?
May I refer to my report, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
The trajectory of this wound was from right to left.
And were any major organs damaged by this gunshot wound?
No, this gunshot just went through the skin and tissue on the chest.
Were you able to retrieve any projectiles, bullet fragments from this wound?
Yes, a bullet was recovered from the right interior chest.
I'm now showing what has been marked as P98. Doctor, what are we looking at?
This is said bullet that was retrieved from the right interior chest.
And after you recovered this bullet, what did you do with it?
It's cleaned up and then put into a little paper bag, the one that you see in the picture. It's being labeled with the decedent's name and the case number and the county. And they will put the location where we retrieved it from. And then it is kept into that paper bag and submitted for evidence.
And who or what organization is it submitted to for evidence?
The ballistics department.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes,
What is that?
this is the paper bag that we put the bullets in, this bullet on the picture.
And are you the one that packaged that?
So my assistants are packaging it, and I am signing the bullet tape, the yellow tape that surrounds this paper bag.
And so do you recognize your signature as the one that was signed?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I was moving the evidence, the bullet recovered by the right interior chest of Bobby Davis.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
It may be so marked in a minute.
Doctor, what wound are we looking at now?
this one is another entrance wound, which is on the right interior as well, and the interior insular.
And were you able to figure out the distance of this one?
No, there was no evidence in close range prior to this one either, so it's also indeterminate range.
What are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of the same wound.
Would that be an entry or an exit wound?
That is an entrance wound.
And what are we looking at here?
That is, I'm assuming, exit wound that is right next to the entrance wound that we saw on the first picture.
I apologize for the record. I showed for the overall wound P99. For the entrance wound was P100, and for the exit was P101.
Yes, so this is the entrance wound and the bullet exited right there.
And were you able to tell the trajectory of this wound?
This wound trajectory was from left to right.
Did you say exit wound? Were you able to see the trajectory bullet fragments from this wound?
No, this wasn't through and through.
Can you tell me what we were looking at here?
So this is a grazed gunshot wound to the right lateral chest.
What is a grazed gunshot wound?
A grazed gunshot wound is a superficial wound where the bullet just strikes the skin and just causes sort of like a graze on the skin. It doesn't enter any tissue or anything. It just officially grazes.
Are you able to tell the distance on this type of wound?
That is as well an indeterminate range. There is no evidence of close range.
And if you can tell me again, what is, you say indeterminate range, how close or far is that?
So that is farther than 2 to 3 feet. An exact distance is hard to tell because that part depends on the weapon that is being used or the ammunition that is being used. So
what is this?
Grazed wound.
For the record, I apologize, I showed 102 for the overall. The grazed wound, P103 for the close-up of the grazed wound, and now showing P104. Doctor, could you please tell us what we're looking at here?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble with, okay, perfect. This is an entrance gunshot wound on the right lateral arm.
Are you able to tell the trajectory of that wound?
Yes, this trajectory is from right to left and slightly upward.
Were you able to retrieve any projectiles, bullet fragments from this one?
No, this was
What are?
as well.
What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the entrance wound.
And here?
This is the exit wound of that on the right lateral arm.
And this is also distance of 2 to 3 feet gunshot wound?
Yes,
Just for overall, are we looking at today, all of these 2 to 3 feet?
more than 2 to 3 feet, yes.
Now, I'm showing you 106. Is this the exit?
This is a close-up of the exit wound, yes.
I'm now showing 107, doctor. Please tell us what we are looking at here.
This is a gunshot wound to the mid-upper back.
And what was the trajectory?
And with entrance wound.
And what was the trajectory of this wound?
The trajectory of this one is from left to right.
Were you able to retrieve any bullet fragments or projectiles from this wound?
Yes, we retrieved a bullet from the right shoulder.
I'm showing you P108. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the entrance wound of the back.
Any major organs damaged by this wound?
No, that only went through the skin and soft tissue.
What are we looking at in P109?
This is a picture of the bullet that was retrieved from this wound, mid-upper back.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, did you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes. This is an evidence envelope that contains the bullet that is on this picture.
And how do you recognize that?
It is labeled with a case number, the name of the decedent, and the location that we retrieved it from.
And where was it retrieved from?
It was retrieved from the right shoulder.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to enter into evidence the bullet retrieved from the right shoulder of Bobby Davis.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It may be so marked and admitted.
Doctor, what are we looking at in P110?
This is an entrance gunshot wound to the left lateral arm.
And what was the trajectory of that wound?
The trajectory of this wound was from left to right and downward.
Were any major organs damaged by this wound?
Yes. So the first bullet went through the soft tissue off the arm, then it entered the chest cavity through the left and hit the left lung, both upper and lower. Then it went through the aorta, the thoracic aorta, and then ended up in the thoracic vertebrae.
Doctor, what are we looking at in P111?
This is a close-up of the entrance wound on the left lateral arm.
Were you able to retrieve a projectile that you just described going through all those organs?
Yes, we were able to retrieve that. We retrieved it from the thoracic vertebrae spine.
Showing P112, what are we looking at here, doctor?
This is the bullet that was retrieved from the spine.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, this is an evidence envelope that is labeled with the name of the decedent, the case number, and it contains the bullet that we see on the picture. And it also describes the location from where we retrieved it.
And how do you recognize that as the bullet in the picture?
Because it has the same identification label that's on the picture.
And is your signature also on the tape in this one as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would move and enter the bullet recovered from the spine of Bobby Davis.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It may be so marked and admitted.
Doctor, you talked about just a second ago this bullet and it damaging the aorta. Explain to us what the aorta is.
The aorta is the biggest blood vessel in the human body.
I'm now showing what is marked as P113. What are we looking at here?
This is a picture that was taken during the autopsy of the aorta that I just described. So the bullet basically went through it and completely lacerated the aorta.
I'm now showing P114. What are we looking at here?
This is another picture of the aorta.
And how does the aorta normally look?
It is basically like a hose. It has a lumen inside that's about wide as my finger, and it should look intact and like round. Basically, the comparison is like a round water hose.
And what happened to the aorta of Bobby Davis?
It got lacerated by the bullet that went through it and destroyed it, basically.
I'm now showing P115. What are we looking at here?
That is an entrance gunshot wound on the right buttocks.
I'm now showing 116. What are we looking at here?
That is a close-up of the same entrance wound, and there is also a laceration that is related to this entrance wound. And the bullet came, so the trajectory for this bullet was from left to right. The right part of the bullet grazed here, crossed, like this little skin tear.
Were any major organs damaged by this bullet?
No, it went through the skin and soft tissue and through the sacrum, which is a bone on the lower back.
And were you able to retrieve this bullet?
Yes, we retrieved the bullet from the right pelvis.
I'm now showing you P117, doctor. What are we looking at here?
This is the bullet from the right pelvis.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, this is the bullet from the right pelvis.
And how are you able to recognize it?
It has the case number, the decedent's name, and the location where we retrieved it from.
Is it representing the bullet that's in the picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter into evidence the bullet from the right pelvis of Bobby Davis.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Maybe so marked and admitted.
Doctor, can you tell us what we were looking at here?
This is an entrance gunshot wound to the left lateral buttocks.
I'm now showing you P118, and what are we looking at here? P119.
This is a close-up picture of the same wound.
And what was the trajectory of this bullet?
The trajectory of this one was from back to front, left to right, and upward.
And were you able to retrieve, well, first, were any major organs damaged by this bullet?
No, this bullet also only went through the skin and soft tissue.
And were you able to retrieve the bullet from projectile from this one?
Yes, it was retrieved from the left lateral chest.
And now showing P120, doctor, what are we looking at here?
This is the bullet that we retrieved from the left lateral chest.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is the envelope that contains this bullet that was on the picture.
And how do you recognize it?
It, again, has the decedent's name, case number, and the location where we retrieved it.
And is this your signature also on the yellow tape on that one?
That's correct. Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to move into evidence the bullet retrieved from the left lateral chest of Bobby Davis.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It may be so marked and admitted.
What are we looking at here?
This is an entrance gunshot wound on the right superior lateral side.
That was P121. I'm now showing P122. What are we looking at here?
That is a close-up picture of the same wound.
What was the location of this?
That was on the right superior lateral side. So on the right outside the side.
And what was the trajectory of this wound?
The trajectory of this wound was from back to front, right to left, and outward.
Retrieved the bullet or projectile from this one?
Yes, we did. We retrieved it from the left chest cavity.
I'm now showing you 123, doctor. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That is the bullet that we retrieved from the left chest cavity.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an envelope, evidence envelope, that contains the bullet that was on the picture.
And how do you recognize that?
That's labeled with the decedent's name and case number and the location, left chest cavity, where we retrieved it from.
And is your signature also on the yellow tape of this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll move to enter into evidence the bullet retrieved from the left chest cavity of Bobby Davis.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It may be so marked.
Doctor, if you could tell us again, how many overall bullet wounds were documented on the body of Bobby Davis?
There were 9.
And was a toxicology performed in this case?
Yes, a toxicology was performed.
What were the results of that toxicology?
It was negative.
When you say negative, does that mean?
No substances were found in the decedent's blood.
Based on this particular autopsy, within the bounds of the reasonable medical certainty, have you formed an expert opinion regarding the cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And what is that opinion?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Doctor,
Yes, sir.
there were a total of 9 wounds, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many bullets, do you know?
Have 6 bullets.
6 bullets, 9 wounds?
Yes.
How many wounds to the back? How many times was he shot in the back?
1 time.
And the buttocks?
Twice, 1 in each buttock.
Were those in the back of his buttocks or the side of his buttocks?
1 was on the side, and 1 was in the middle, like in the intergluteal cleft.
So it was 1 bullet wound in his back itself, correct?
Yes,
2 bullet wounds in the rear of his buttocks?
that's correct.
So 3 bullet wounds to the back of his body.
To the back of his body, yes.
And some of the wounds were on the side or sides of him?
Yes, 1 was on the grazed gunshot wound, the superficial grazed gunshot wound.
Where was that? Can you show me where that shot was?
That was on the right lateral chest.
And then where were the other shots on the upper part of his body?
On the upper part of his body, he had 2 on his arms.
1 in each arm?
Yes,
Same direction or opposite direction? Left to right or right to left?
those were different directions. The one on the right side was from right to left, and the one on the left side was from left to right.
Left to right. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Doctor, opposing counsel just asked you about the directions and the various locations of the gunshot wounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell which of these wounds were made first?
No, I could not tell the sequence of the firing.
And would this be the wounds and the trajectory be distanced with someone maybe turning around and trying to run?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained outside the scope of redirect.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, by the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have the next witness?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Nothing.
Yes.
Alright, so, case is moving on much better than anticipated. The next witness, for the state is not here, they are actually out of town. I can't call the witnesses out of order because that would, there are some foundations that one witness builds upon the base. So, I have the unfortunate duty of having to let you all know that you're going to be excused early today. Not my preference, but there's no choice. I understand the order of the witness. We do have some games for y'all. I understand. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you all are excused till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I do anticipate, though, that we may be resolving, closing this case. Okay, that's the best I can do. The debater will give you all further instructions. At this time, you all are excused.
All right.
Alright, so I may be seated. Take up this evening before we are.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Briefly from the defense, Your Honor, as I tried to explain this morning, yesterday I was given a witness list from Mr. Willie, or Mr. Edwards, and I generated subpoenas and had them issued out and given to the Hinds County Sheriff's Department. But I found out this morning that they refused to do service on it because I hadn't paid them.
I'll take care of it.
So it's fact, in abundance of caution, I called my partner to please take a check down there because we needed to get these out. I don't know if they've gone out yet or not. I know they've been issued and served over the civil process. But at this point, I got.
I wish you had mentioned that to the court because you are appointed counsel, they have to serve the process without any fees. I wish you had notified the court of that as soon as possible. We'll follow up with them immediately and make sure that they are served.
Thank you, Your Honor. But
Are any of these persons now, I do need to make sure because are any of these persons who have already testified? Because we don't need to rescind. I just need to make sure that they're who you want. If you'll let my court administrator know who we need to make sure that we serve, we'll take care of that.
absolutely, I will do that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, there's nothing further. We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9. Court, we can send a picture.
Hey. All right. All right, guys. So we are done for the day. We will come back tomorrow. Court starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll be back in recess for you then. So make sure you're tuned in here to our YouTube channel. If you have not already, go ahead and subscribe to their YouTube channel. You can hit the bell for notifications so that you are notified when we come back on. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. Hope you all have a great day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure tonight you also tune into our newscast 5, 6, and 10. You'll hear from Valicia Gavin. She is our reporter that is inside the courtroom. She has been in there all day today, and she will have a breakdown of what happened today during the trial. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Tune in tonight for Valicia, and we'll be back with the trial coverage tomorrow. The Jimmy J. Lee murder trial is, of course, being streamed on our Facebook channel, and you can check that out there as well. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.